We're gonna be here for a long time.
Hi, everybody.
Do this too.
I'm watching those three.
I'm not gonna share it too.
Morning.
I'll be next to you.
I gave you a hard no on that one, Bill.
I had
Actually, a exact replica of my great grandfather's gate.
That's right.
That.
So you know what I don't.
Even though I
I
monopolized.
just saw that.
I had to have my own. I say myself.
Me, or do you need this up higher?
Yeah, let's have
Higher.
talk.
How's that? Is that better?
Better.
Okay. Good enough? Okay. Well, we definitely have a full house. And I know we've got some people who are still signing up, which is fine. Please, just before a little bit of housekeeping, if there's an extra seat and it's like in the middle, could you all move down and accommodate our members of the community who are here? We do not have any extra chairs, I believe, in the back. So please, everybody just kind of line up, and I'm sorry, we don't have accommodations for everybody to sit down. And as we go forward, I just would like to ask before we formally begin that for public speakers, community speakers, since it seems we're going to have quite a few of them today, that if you are speaking to topic, you'll have 5 minutes. If you are off topic, that's off the agenda item, you will be given 3 minutes, and we will put the timer on just to accommodate everybody. And if any of you feel that your words have already been said by one of your fellow supporters, and you would like to give that time, please, we would encourage that to happen just to expedite. But if not, we look forward to hearing all of your voices and all of your concerns. Okay, with that, I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. It is now 9:50. It is Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. And with that, clerk, could you please call the roll?
Allen,
Present.
excuse me, Bates, Berman,
Here.
Doherty,
Already here. Online.
okay, Davist, Ford,
Present.
Gums online.
okay, Iqbal,
Present.
Juby,
Here.
Kenyon,
Here.
Caius,
Is present.
Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis,
Who's here?
Linder,
Linda present.
Melina,
Molina present.
Roth,
Roth here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Silva,
Here.
Sturgis, Tarver,
Tarver's here.
Pepe,
Happy here.
Williams,
Williams here.
Young.
Young here.
All right, Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Righty. Excuse me for just a minute. Should Williams give you a reason why she's not here? Do we know?
I don't know. She didn't say.
Madam Chair Gums.
Oh, yes, Ms. Gums.
I didn't get real specific in the email, but I'm negative so far, if that helps.
Are you're ill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, all right, thank you. Then you're
Good news.
you're able to attend.
Fingers crossed it stays that way. Thank you.
Okay. Stay well. All right, Mr. Iqbal, there you are, sir. Please, Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, good. Well done. And I believe you have the invocation, sir.
Madam Chair, for the invocation. I have-
Microphones.
You may want to,
Microphone.
you may want to just pick it up if you'd like to see.
For the invocation, I have Senior Pastor Jack Wheatley from Elgin, the Greater Grace Community Church, also known as Mark Avenue Church. I'm honored to have Mr. Wheatley. He was able to be here in person 3 years ago. He was not able to, but he was able to do it remotely. Today, he is here in person. And I'm
If we can just hold on just a minute, let the gentleman finish signing.
Never a dull bit.
Do I use the handheld one or this one?
If you can, I think, is a handheld one there, Pastor? Then please.
Flip it on.
All right, very good. Okay, all right, I think that is it for our public comments.
All right, let us pray. Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. We want to honor and glorify the great God and maker of heaven and earth. Father, you proclaim that the eternal Godhead is made evident by all that we see in creation. And so we want to praise you, the great God that was, that is, and that forever will be. We praise you, Father, that you wrote in your word the exact manner in which you've created us. And so we praise you that by your power you spoke all things into existence. But by your love and by your plan, when you decided to make man in your image, in your likeness, you said, let us make them male and female. And then you came and you formed us out of the very dust of the earth. And then you formed Eve from Adam. And so we thank you, Father, that it's community and unity in community that we manifest your image and your likeness. Father, we thank you that the first form of government is self-government, when you said that you would give us dominion over this whole earth. Father, we ask humbly that we would recognize and confess to you our manifold sins, Lord God, from the very moment in the garden that it was that we asked, did God really say these things? We pray that we would hear your voice. We would hear your voice in our own hearts. Father, from the very set of brothers, Kane and Abel, the first set of brothers, anger in the heart of man against man and murder. Before there was any weapon, it was by the hand of man that another man was killed. So, Father, we confess our sins before you. We ask that we wouldn't have anger one towards another, that we would know that the answer of all our questions is in you. You proclaimed even to the nation of Israel in the desert that it wasn't far from us what you have asked of us, that it's actually very simple, Lord. There's a choice between life and death, between blessing and cursing. And Father, we pray that we would choose blessing and not cursing, that we would follow you with our whole heart, Lord God. We thank you that you first made self-government. That failed, Lord, and then you put government because man has his hand against man. So we pray especially, Lord God, for this government board here today. Lord, give them wisdom, give them insight. We pray that they would follow after truth and that truth would be their guide. That you say that you are the way, the truth, and the life. So we pray that your light would illuminate us all here. June 13th, in the year of our Lord 2023, 2023 years ago, something astounding. All of history hinges on the moment that by death, Jesus Christ overcame death so that we would be freed from the fear of death. And so we ask, Lord, that there would be no fear of man here today. There would be no fear of loss of money or loss of fame, but that we would let your way and your truth and your life direct our proceedings. We thank you and we praise you. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you very much. Wonderful words. All right, we're going to have public comment now, and we will be calling up the individuals who
That's first, or no?
approval of minutes. I always forget those approval of minutes, and thank you for the reminder.
It's okay.
So may I please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from May 9th, 2023.
Caius would move.
Bates and Mr. Kyle seconds.
Okay. All right, roll call or
Are there any
changes?
thoughts or comments on these minutes? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Mr. Davis, did you arrive? Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Juby, Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius.
Could you please?
All right. Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Mr. Surges, did you arrive? No. Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Passes.
Yes, yes, please. Let me get. Well, they've been accepted. Oh, they've been accepted already. We're all fine. Okay. Here's. Mr. Shepro is going to help me out. So we make sure everyone can speak one time. So our first speaker of the day is Kelsey Menagala. Yes, ma'am. Please, it's all yours. In a minute. And is this on topic on the agenda or off?
This is on topic.
Very good.
And this is for Lafarge, the gravel pit expansion of 24/7. Okay, I didn't know I'd go first and I hate public speaking, so bear with me. I would like to speak against this as I am a neighbor right on Row Road. They have a strict 6 to 6 policy of when they can operate, and they already have been breaking the rules. I've been in the area for 32 years. I grew up in the area and I chose to make my family in the area. Now it's been getting worse and worse. I have a 2-year-old that wakes up constantly throughout the night because they run completely off hours. I have Ring doorbell camera with backup alarms, banging 2 a.m., 4 a.m. And that's no quality of life. It's no way to live. And it wasn't this way. Before we bought our house, we sat on the road, we listened to the noises. So we had a general idea of what we were getting into. Again, I said, I lived there for 32 years. I knew what I was getting into. And then the expansion happened, and now they just keep pushing and pushing. So that's where I ask you, please to vote against this. Let us keep our quality of life. Let them, run their 6 to 6, have their business operation, but don't wreck our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have our Assistant State's Attorney here advising me. So if I could ask everybody who's here to speak on a matter of the ordinance, and this would be Lafarge, can you just raise your hand, please? All right, I'd like to just hold you back until we actually speak on the ordinance. And then you'll have free reign at, of course, 5 minutes per speaker, but we'll call you up then. So I'm going to keep you sitting tight. Okay. And we'll get back to you. Corey and Candela?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make this very brief. My name is Corey Canella, and I'm from the Northern Illinois Food Bank. I would just like to take a minute to thank this board for its past allocation of ARPA funding for the Northern Illinois Food Bank, and also raise my support for Resolution 23232, which would allocate additional ARPA funding to the Northern Illinois Food Bank in order to support food purchases for our network agencies within Kane County. From January to April of 2023, our network has served a monthly average of 61,284 individuals. And this was a 23% increase over the prior 6 months. We can attribute these numbers to continued inflation and the end to emergency SNAP allotments. Our request for 2.5 million will allow us to purchase approximately 2.5 million pounds of food over the next 3 years, which would ensure that there is access for all member agencies in Kane County. The food bank's member agencies in Kane County include 24 pantries, 5 soup kitchens, 2 group homes, and 1 shelter and 1 daycare. Once again, we thank you for your support in helping us address hunger in Kane County, and we hope that you will pass Resolution 23232. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Michelle Langworthy? There she is. This is, yes, this is off topic.
It is, yeah. And is this, where would I watch for the time? Is there somewhere to watch?
I'm going to set it for you. And it's also up there. You'll get the red.
Okay, thanks. Raising chickens used to be the norm in our country. In fact, once the USDA declared Uncle Sam expects you to raise chickens. I'm here to propose zoning restrictions based on lot size for suburban homeowners be eliminated in King County. As evident with Chicago backyard chicken keepers, chickens don't require acreage to be kept well. The environmental benefits of backyard chickens are inexhaustible. King County allows for families to have 3 dogs per household. The EPA puts dog waste in the same category as toxic chemicals from pesticides and motor vehicles. 1 gram of dog waste contains 23 million toxic bacteria. 20 to 30% of the bacteria in our water traces back to dog waste. Chicken waste, on the other hand, is a gold mine in the fertilizer department. 5 hens produce 5 ounces of valuable garden fertilizer daily, compared to a single dog, which generates 12 ounces of pathogenic feces a day. In 2021, America had to import $1 billion worth of fertilizer components from Russia alone. Backyard chickens cuts down on foreign reliance. Just like dogs, chickens are beloved pets as well as therapy animals. We don't micromanage who can have dogs based on lot size. The same freedom should be granted for chickens. 35.2 million tons of food scraps are thrown away each year. A single hen can biorecycle more than 2 pounds of table waste each month, adding up to a massive reduction of methane gas in our landfills. Additionally, chickens eat weeds and keep gardens pest-free, which cuts down on toxic glyphosate sprays that blanket our neighborhoods in cancer-causing particles all spring and summer. The average egg travels 317 miles before it makes its way to your plate and includes the manufacturing, transportation, and disposal of the plastic, styrofoam, and cardboard egg containers. With the average person eating at least 263 eggs a year, empowering families to raise chickens brings down that carbon footprint to 0. Chicken myths have been dispelled. Hens are extremely clean, and when properly managed, no odors emanate from a chicken yard. Chickens do not hurt property value. A Forbes list of the top 10 housing markets appreciating in value show that all 10 permit chicken keeping. DuPage County recently changed their ordinance in 2020 and has had no complaints in that entire time since. At the end of the day, more people should be keeping chickens, not less. So I am asking King County to join the ever-growing number of municipalities to do away with restrictive zoning and allow homeowners to keep backyard chickens. It's proactive, humane, and environmentally sound. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. McQuillan?
Good morning. I'll be speaking off topic.
Thank you, sir.
Bob McQuillan, 465 Walcott. Forgot my address there for a minute, in Batavia. I signed online last night and my confirmation number was 1010. And I was afraid 1,000 people were going to speak this morning. There might be 1,000, I don't know. But I wanted to, first of all, thank the Forest Preserve staff and the King County Board. The Forest Preserve staff worked diligently in developing the creek stabilization program. And the county board and the Forest Preserve Board have agreed to fund that, at least in front of the Sacred Heart Grotto. So I really appreciate that. It has eroded badly in front of the grotto, and we really have a lot of visitors there. Whenever I'm there to work, there's at least 2 or 3, 4 people come through, and I stopped just for 15 minutes last week on Thursday, and there were 12 people that came through in that 15 minutes, and more than half of them didn't know the grotto was there. They heard about it, and they came to see it for the first time. So we are getting activity there. Secondly, I wanted to announce formally, I guess, to the board that we are developing a fundraiser program using memorial bricks to finish 3 major renovation parts that we have to the grotto. So far, we have cleaned up all of the graffiti, have filled in a lot of the spots that are the stones were broken and or just in disrepair. The 3 major areas we have now is the dome on the ceiling, the monstrance that is on the right-hand side, and the floor. And the monstrance was put in just yesterday. It has to be grouted yet. So that looks fabulous. We're going to start on the dome on Thursday morning. And then on the floor, that's our issue. The estimates we have on replacing the floor go up to $20,000, if not more. So as a volunteer organization, we need to, of course, find funding somewhere. So we have, and I've passed out a sheet that each one of you should have in front of you. We've developed a memorial brick program. We have 3 areas of the grotto area that we're going to be placing bricks. There's 2 areas in the front below the first step that we're going to put bricks there. And then also lining the pathway from the grotto all the way to the creek, we'll have bricks there. There's the possibility that we can sell 270 bricks, which will pay for the flooring. So again, I appreciate your support on this. And again, it's right behind this building. If you want to go walk to it, we now have signs there to lead you right to the grotto. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well done. Is Mr. Ken Gerton here? Mr. Gerton? No? We're getting there. Alex Boxenberg, probably out. Alex Boxenbaum. There you go. Sorry. I've become.
Hi, Arad Boxenbaum, on topic, speaking in favor of the gun violence awareness proclamation. As a Gen Z resident of Kane County, as the vice president of the Geneva Library Board, and as a longtime gun violence prevention activist with Moms Demand Action, Students Demand Action, and March for Our Lives, it's heartening to see the Kane County Board and our chair, Corinne Pirog, acknowledging the importance of common sense gun violence prevention and taking action to make our community safer. According to Everytown for Gun Safety, around 1,500 people die and 4,000 are injured from gun violence every year in Illinois. And gun-related homicides and suicides have been on the rise. Gun violence is the #1 killer of children and teens in this country, and every fatality and injury from gun violence is entirely preventable. Far too many of us know someone, or perhaps many people, who've been injured or killed or had to witness an act of gun violence. We're approaching the anniversary of the shooting in Highland Park this past July 4th, and most of us remember the shooting at Henry Pratt in Aurora 4 years ago. Parades, schools, workplaces, homes, and all locations, public and private in this country, should be safe, and people should be able to go about their lives without fear of gun violence. I'm thankful that the state of Illinois has taken action to ban assault weapons and that our very own state representatives, Hernandez, Hirschauer, Moeller, and Ness, along with state senators Castro and Villa, voted for the ban and continue to stand against extremism. Kane County has taken action by sponsoring gun buybacks, and the issuance of the proclamation today is another step forward for our county in the long effort to reduce gun violence in our communities. Thank you to the county board and our chair for stepping up in the name of our safety.
Thank you very much. Steve McHugh.
Hello, same topic, on topic. Thank you to the board for joining Mayors Burns, Vitek, Shilke, Captain, and others for this proclamation and all you do to keep the community safe. We'd like to remind everyone of the importance of secure storage of guns and the availability of anonymous tip sources such as See Something, Say Something, or Tips Kane County Sheriff, or Safe to Help to report dangerous situations. Lastly, for those with firearms for home protection, please stay aware that for every one intruder you shoot, statistically speaking, that gun will be used to shoot 22 non-intruders, including family members or yourself. Please stay aware and responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Howard Miller.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Howard Miller. I am here as the Brady United to Prevent Gun Violence, Kane and DeKalb County chapter to address the problem of unsecured guns in America. We are not asking you to take guns away from reliable law-abiding citizens, nor are we seeking to overturn the Second Amendment. Gun violence should not be a part of our daily lives. Our children and or our grandchildren should not have to be afraid to go to school because of the possibility that their school may make the next news headline. Gun violence should not be politicized. Gun violence is a national health issue. Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health reports that more than half of all U.S. gun owners, including 55% of gun owners with children in the home, do not practice safe firearm storage. There are an estimated 250,000 gun thefts incidents each year, resulting in 380,000 guns stolen annually. An estimated 82% of adolescent firearm suicides involve a gun belonging to a family member. 80% of school shooters under 18 access a firearm from their own home or that of a relative or a friend. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, laws reducing child access to firearms, which primarily require safe gun storage, are associated with lower overall adolescent suicide rates. The presence of a firearm at home increases the risk of suicide, even among those with previous psychotic diagnosis. So far, 19,083 people have died from gun violence in this year in the United States as of June 12th, which is roughly an average of 116 deaths each day. Deaths by suicide make up gun violence deaths this year, 10,758 lives. The nonprofit Gun Violence Tracker reports. The Department of Defense, DOD, and the University of Alabama found that the rate of veteran suicide was 24-day nationally compared to that of the VA reporting in 17. The American Society for Prevention and Research shows that most people in suicide crisis who don't have easy access to a lethal suicide method will not simply find another method. We are requesting that the board follow the lead of of Lake and DuPage County, asking state legislators to pass Ethan's Law, formerly written this year, Senate Bill 2051, in the next session of Congress. A Brady Manifesto states, "It is in our hands, every one of us, when a life ends by gun violence. It's not just the hand on the gun that is responsible. It is in the hands of our leaders, voters, and community. It is in everyone's hands to change this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, I believe, what I've been told, there's no other speaker.
We have, what these four didn't indicate what they were speaking.
Is there anybody else who's not speaking to a zoning issue? Yes, sir. Who's not? If you're,
There's several zoning matters on the agenda, so all of those will be heard when the zoning report is given. Is there anyone else?
is there anyone else who signed up who's not speaking on a zoning issue? Oh, yes. How about the lady, please, second row?
Good morning. This is off agenda. Several weeks ago, we asked questions
Sorry,
about,
could we have your name?
I'm sorry,
Your name, please.
my name is Terry Bauer,
Thank you, Terry.
and I've lived in Kane County for 35 years. Several weeks ago, we asked questions about USB flash drives being used with regard to our elections. After finding out that these flash drives are indeed used, I was reminded of a video that I saw by a computer expert where it was demonstrated that a tiny flash drive can be inserted into a computer and it can run an EXE file or an executable program from the flash drive and actually flip thousands of votes after an election. The vote that I sent to all of you, the video that I sent to all of you demonstrated that process of switching candidate A and candidate B votes, which means that hundreds of thousands of votes can be switched in less than 30 seconds. We were told that in the super secure room after the election, where only a handful of people can enter using a code, that a voting machine consultant had access to that room. How do we know for certain that the consultant did not have a small flash drive in his hand or his pocket with an executable program on it to flip votes or give votes different values? Professor David Clements has studied election fraud for years and has found high-speed ballot harvesting of thousands of ballots that absolutely cannot be traced after the election. And this is in a total integration of ballot harvesting using a high-speed printer. The computer uses the person's name, street address, and changes the city, and then changes it back without even a single trace of evidence that this has been done. We need to get rid of machines and return to paper ballots with bipartisan hand counting. Voting machines are now synonymous with fraud. I want to state that again. Voting machines have become synonymous with fraud across the United States. But there is a group that is very happy with current voting machines that are able to manipulate elections, and that group is the globalists, the WEF, or the World Economic Forum, who are planning for one world government, the New World Order. This is not conspiracy theory because they are telling us that this is their goal now for over 50 years. And they have recently made their goals much more public, and they have also accelerated their agenda. Each one of us in this room needs to decide for ourselves whether we value freedom enough to include effort and sacrifice for that freedom, or to be perfectly content to live the life that the Great Reset promises, where, quote, you will own nothing, you will have no privacy, and you will be happy, end of quote. Will you comply with Klaus Schwab and Yuval Noah Harari and their globalist agenda, or will you peacefully resist? I choose to resist. I will not comply. Thank you.
There was one more speaker in the back. Raise their hand. Is that correct, sir? Please.
Hi there, I'm off agenda. So my name is Ken Zipko. I'm a resident in Kane County for 32 years. And I came to continue the conversation about paper ballots, kind of related to what the last speaker was talking about. But on May 31st, we had that special meeting with the state's attorney where they shared the results of the investigation of the spring election. And after that, Ms. Gumbs and I had a conversation during which we were talking about evaluating the error rate between machines and a hand counted paper ballot solution. So she had asked that I do some digging and then bring what I find in that regard to the board. I'm not quite done with that, so I'm going to bring the rest of that to the public service meeting next Thursday. But I wanted to share a few things just to help me fit it into my time limits and to give you something to think about. When we spoke, the first thing I asked her was, how are we going to determine what an error rate is as we compare machines to hand counting? They're two very different systems. So I wanted to come back to that so it didn't come off as just a quick shoot down the idea of the evaluation and to give some food for thought. So professionally, I analyze data and build data systems. And so a question of how you evaluate success is very important. That's how you determine if a project is completed properly. And then in the context of determining success, you need a way to validate what you're doing. So that would be one of these sorts of questions. And without questions like error rates and comparisons, everything becomes subjective. So our current system's all electronic. It's all computers. Computers are very consistent. We tell them to do something, they do exactly that. They don't try to figure out what we mean. They do exactly what we tell them. That's why recounts don't really mean anything, because we ask the computer to do the same thing again. It does the same thing again. The result is the same. So as I evaluate a computer, I would expect that if I have the same input, I get the same output. If that didn't happen, that would be an error on the computer, but that doesn't mean the result is correct. So we saw in the presentation from the state's attorney that there's actually some opportunity for human intervention in our current system. And there were actually two human errors, one with the ballot that was created and one with the process of loading batches. And those two errors resulted in, at least in the D303 race, 8,500 votes being incorrectly loaded. So my question then would be, what is that? 2 mistakes or 8,500 mistakes? So that's sort of the point of this conversation. So as we deal with a hand counted paper ballot solution, if somebody made a mistake, there were 2 mistakes made in the count, maybe that would be 2 votes or 2 ballots, but the exponential comparison between what a computer can do and what a human can do as they evaluate something like that is significantly different. So I'll continue next time. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's it. Oh, yes. And for time, we have what, I'll allow 2 more speakers because I believe everybody else is speaking perhaps on the same issue. The issue of voting.
Yes, I'm speaking on elections, which is off topic. My name is Roxanne Shulka, and I appreciate the fact that this board does not jump to conclusion and wants to investigate before taking decisive action. We all want fair elections, which means they need to be free from influence that comes from private funding with strings attached. Read the contract. I won't go into those details now, but this discussion has been going on for months. We've had a report from the state's attorney, Jamie Mosser. We need 3 things. 1, give the money back. It's dirty money. 2, we need a forensic audit, not just a recount. And a perfect example of what that means is if you've got 10 red apples, you do a recount, you still have 10 red apples. A forensic audit will determine you've got 6 red apples, 3 red plastic apples, and 1 glass apple, painted red to look like an apple. So in reality, you only have 6 apples. So we need a forensic audit, not just a recount, and go to paper ballots. You have the authority to do that, regardless of what Jack Cunningham thinks. Let me remind the board that Jack cannot unilaterally do whatever he wants to do. He's not a grand vizier, a big Pumbaa. We do not live in the kingdom of Cunningham. He's a clerk answerable to the county board. You are our representatives, and you answer to us, we the people. We live in a constitutional republic where we have checks and balances, and this sort of mini fiefdom or kingdom building doesn't happen. In fact, I believe we fought a war a couple hundred years ago about this. Again, I have to believe that all of you ran for office because you want what is best for Kane County. So do the right thing. Give the money back, perform a forensic audit, clean up our voter rolls, and ensure free and fair elections from this point going forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. This is off topic. For those of you here today, I've spent the last 90 days typically going to the public service subcommittees. So this is my first time, I think, speaking at this group. I'll try to be brief since I've got 3 minutes, but everything I've been talking about the last 90 days has everything to do with the Kane County Clerk receiving the national recognition from the Center of Excellence. To make a long story short here, I was delighted the last meeting, Jamie Moser with that committee, open forum, Q&A with the citizens, a lot of sharing, a lot of information. That was great. Many of the constituents that are here today speaking, they did not get their questions asked because, as per Jamie, she extended the olive branch to Jack Cunningham. Please come to the meeting. Any of your team, please come to this meeting. Nobody was there. Now, 3 board meetings, 3 months. Finally, I stayed after one meeting after the public comments and finally overheard some of the board members going, we should tell these citizens that we really don't have any authority over the clerk.
Yeah, I was just saying.
They need to go to his office directly. So one of your board members made that comment. I shot him an email. We got a meeting. So five people met with Jack Cunningham last week. We had a 1-hour meeting. Now, I'm not going to get into all the nuts and bolts, but one of the stark, disturbing contrasts, and I'm going to share with you off of his own statement. Now, this is out of November 28th, 2022, excited about receiving this grant. I'm going to read 2 lines here. We're one of only 10 election authorities in the country to receive this honor. 4 have already given the money back. We don't want it. We're going to do our own thing. Greenwich, Connecticut, just like us here, we're still in public debate, encouraging the board to give the money back. So we're on the cusp of 5 of the 10 counties going, we don't want anything to do with the money. But here's my biggest concern. The clerk's office continues to strive to be the most transparent election authority in Illinois. So my question to Mr. Cunningham was that very statement. Mr. Cunningham, if you're transparent and you were invited by the state's attorney, why did you not come? Why were your people not there to represent us? Needless to say, he was a little, I can't even think of the word to use when I met that. I told them not to go. Then he said, well, they were there, but I told them to keep their mouths shut. So I leave you with this as the buzzer's going off. If he's transparent,
why wouldn't he want his team to share with the general public about elections and the questions that the citizens behind me just asked? So I think that I would encourage the board to do the same as the other 5 counties across the United States, is reevaluate this, give the money back, and we'll figure it out going forward. Thank you.
Again, I'd like to thank all the speakers for coming today, and I appreciate your words. Ma'am, I'm sorry, the speaker, it's closed. It's closed.
I put my name down. I was down. Shouldn't take long to read one page.
Please go ahead then. This will be the
My name-
last speaker, and thank you.
On the same thing, election. My name is Kim Sieber. We voted for you to do the will of the people. You have forgotten that you are our voice, not your own. You also took an oath of office to protect the Constitution, which is by the people, for the people, of the people. You have been very disrespectful of our time. Not everyone can continue to take all the time off from work to come to these meetings, which you just continue to drag on, hoping we will just go away. I know why you want new machines. The current machines are from 2005. You can cheat on them, but not as easily as brand new machines. There is no such thing as a voting machine that cannot be easily manipulated. Each of us wants to know that our vote is counted correctly, not intentionally changed to get someone else elected, which goes against the will of the people. We do not want to use cheating machines. We, the people, are in a huge majority on this issue. We want paper ballots that are hand counted. We want you to reject the $2 million grant. We don't need it for paper ballots. You don't need machines. You don't need places to store them. You don't need people to maintain them. In God's name, we ask you to do the right thing now.
All right, may I please now have a motion and a second to place these public comments on file? Thank you.
We have
Mr.
seconds.
Paul.
The zoning matters will be,
The zoning matters will be heard. And
what's your?
I'm sorry.
Janine Mayer. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Janine Mayer. I signed up.
Okay.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, thank you, Janine.
I'm from Kane County, a 35-year resident, concerned citizen. When I tell other Kane County citizens about our experience has been in the last 4 months with the Kane County boards, everyone's incredulous. Right here in the heartland in Kane County, this is happening. First, we find out that Jack Cunningham, our Kane County clerk, is being used by an outside far left organization to co-opt our elections to their liking, to take away our local control and insert their manipulative, secretive election methods into the Kane County elections. Then we find out that Jack Cunningham, is not even authorized to accept this payment. Only the Kane County Board is. So there's no doubt that this money should be returned and an apology should be issued by Jack Cunningham for being a poor representative of Kane County by dishonestly accepting money, and he should be apologizing for putting the integrity of our elections at further risk. If Jack Cunningham cares an ounce about the county that he has called home for 80 years, that he has represented as Kane County Recorder for 21 years, he should return the money and apologize to all the people of Kane County. Secondly, on our local elections, so many inconsistencies. The systems that we were able to watch as the votes came in during election night were shut down for hours, and we were given multiple excuses for this. There were markedly different tallies before the shutdown and after the shutdown. There were different rules at different Kane County polling places. So many inconsistencies. We asked for a recount, were granted a recount, got the same result because it was just recounting the exact same votes the same way. We need a forensic audit to get to the bottom of this. But the most concerning aspect of our elections is there is no chain of custody on our USB drives, and no investigation and interrogation of the software that voting machines have on them. The only way to remedy these problems is to have paper ballots. We must go to paper ballots. This is a real problem. What we're seeing nationally as well as locally is not a conspiracy as the media likes to portray it. This is a real problem. Anyone that cares about our country and the will of the people is being ignored and silenced. We're asking you as our elected officials to stand up for Kane County and change over to paper ballots that are hand counted so we can have free, fair elections that exhibit integrity and truth. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, Peggy Ant, are you speaking on election or are you speaking on a zoning issue? Okay, thank you, Peggy. Ken Zitko?
You already spoke.
You already spoke. Okay, very good. And Jody Zitko spoke?
No.
Did Jody speak? Your wife? You're fine? Okay, thank you, Jody. All right, as we go through this, is there anybody else who signed up that we missed? Okay, one more. Excellent. And sir, your name, please?
Hi, my name's Tom Kozik. I have deep roots here in Kane County. And I'd like to talk about the elections. And I would like to sort of review what I talked on the previous meeting. So last meeting, we were talking about consent of the governed and how this is in the Declaration of Independence. And so let me read this briefly. This is basically the thesis for the whole the nation. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and that they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. At the time that this was written, everyone knew about the argument between divine right monarchy and consent of the governed. We chose consent of the governed. This is also in the Illinois Constitution, in the Bill of Rights. I read that last time. Our elections are the people's expression of the consent of the governed. Without it, we do not have legitimate government. Okay, and there's more. So after it says powers from the consent of the deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. So I spent 30 years in California, and there is sort of an interesting thing in the California Constitution, which obviously doesn't apply here, but it is actually does actually apply to our situation. It says all political power is inherent in the people. Government is instituted for their protection, security, and benefit, and they have the right to alter or reform it when the public good may require. So this idea has a long history. So we should revisit this at another time. I'd like to introduce another concept. This is from the United States Constitution. This is the Guarantee Clause, Article 4, Section 4. And it states, the United States shall guarantee every state in the Union Republican form of government. Abraham Lincoln used the phrase, of the people, by the people, and for the people. And this is exactly what he was talking about. Republican form of government is one in which the powers of sovereignty are vested in the people and are exercised by the people, either directly or through the representatives by the people whose powers are specifically delegated.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Buddy? Okay, so we have a motion on the table, Mr. Iqbal, and who's second? Mr. Caius, seconded? Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Ellen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
okay. Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Ruby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Nice, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tempe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
Sturgis, yes.
Ah, you're here. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Surges.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. Iqbal.
going forward, for the public
Microphone.
for the public comments, we have a section 2-48 that addresses and limits the time of all speakers to 30 minutes. And I think we should abide by that.
At the last meeting of the executive board, and for everybody, we're going to, as reference 2-48, and process of this will be, we'll initiate that as approved by the executive committee. The process will be all items to agenda will be first, because they do influence vote. Those that are off agenda will be going later on in the agenda at the back end of it. So that'll happen starting in July. And we're just going back to what the original county code was. So that way, the people who need to speak to matters at hand will have an opportunity to speak first. And then we can address those. So just a point of information. All right, we do have some recognitions and some other comments that will be that I'd like to move on to. The first, if Blair put up. As you know, there was a unfortunate death of a very valued dog, canine officer, that happened several weeks ago. And many of you had an opportunity to attend the funeral, but for those of you who did not, I'd like to bring up Under Sheriff Amy Johnson to have some remarks about Hudson.
Everybody can hear me? Okay, I'm gonna go front and back too, because I can't stand in place, especially I don't want to turn my back on anybody else here and vice versa too. So good morning again. I'm Amy Johnson. I'm the undersheriff for the Kane County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff says, sorry, he was stuck in another meeting too. So you get me, and I'm super thrilled to be here on this, occasion. So I made a couple notes, but I wanted to acknowledge the events that unfolded and occurred on May 24th. Unfortunately, as I'm speaking here, along with any other constituent with Aurora Police Department, Elgin Police Department, and so on, especially nationwide, we have to say too, we will never forget what happened May 24th, just like Henry Pratt before that's ingrained in our memories. We will not go into specific details just because we still have that ongoing investigation, but we will offer reflection on those events, and I appreciate your time. The men and women of the Kane County Sheriff's Office stand before you every single day, one back behind you. I have my chief of staff, along with our canine handlers, investigators, the list goes on and on. We could not be here without them. They are dedicated to our community, regardless of the dangers involved in which we saw May 24th. I thank them for their bravery, as well as the sheriff and chief of staff in the face of danger. Every single day, we know those faces. This was no exception. On May 24th, 2023, this is no different again. Canine Hudson was with his handler, Detective Luke Weston. He did everything he was supposed to, patrol, serving, and protecting. During the events that took place throughout the day, the tracking of an offender resulted in a crash at the busiest intersection possible in Kane County, Randall Road at Fabian. We have multiple areas where people are shopping, going through, taking their time, and unfortunately it happened there.
For those in traffic and in the adjacent parking lots, the events that unfolded will forever remain, along with those that witnessed it after the math and us with the law enforcement community. For those, again, in the law enforcement community, we've handled as much as we could, but we always want to make sure that we will keep you safe, secure, and protected for our community. While the events unfolded, unfortunately, K-9 Hudson heroically attacked the offender, just as he had been trained several other times to do so. This was no different. This act alone, as stated by the sheriff, undoubtedly saved lives, and we are very thankful for him, his handler, and the bravery that was put off. Within the exchange, K-9 Hudson, of course, was fatally shot. Very sad. I stand before you, both front and back, as a lifelong community member, as we've heard everybody talk. I've lived in Kane County all of my life. I will continue to do so. Of course, sworn police officer, I have my deepest and most sincere thanks to K-9 Hudson, those men and women of law enforcement nationwide, not just here, but nationwide, that put their lives on the line every single day, regardless, to keep us safe and secure. We will never stop fighting. I want us to all know that. We will never stop fighting crime and making our communities a safe place to live regardless. We will always remember the ultimate sacrifice K-9 Hudson made in order to keep all of us safe and secure. Hudson made, along with thousands of other brothers and sisters nationwide, again, we thank you for your service. For this moment, I offer a moment of silence to not only honor K-9 Hudson and his dedication and bravery, but also all of the other men and women lost in this line of work. Thank you.
God bless them. Thank you, Amy. It was a very ennobling, powerful funeral. And I've never witnessed anything like that, nor do I ever care to again. Because of the respect not only for the trainer and for the police officers and sheriff deputies who were there, community members, volunteers from Office of Emergency Management, but the nobleness of a dog and how, still tears, how this dog touched all of our hearts. So thank you. And with the deepest sadness and respect to all. All right, now I have a proclamation to give, which kind of follows up with all of this in a completely different manner. As we know, the first Friday of every June is Gun Awareness Day. And I'd like to give a proclamation that is supported by myself, by State's Attorney Jamie Mosser, and Kane County Sheriff Ron Hain. 2023 proclamation declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. This proclamation declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the County of Kane. Whereas counties across the nation, including Kane County, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions, and whereas in Kane County, 8 individuals were killed by gunfire and 14 died by suicide using a firearm in 2022. Whereas the Kane County Board, the sheriff, and state's attorneys consider protecting public safety their highest priority. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns out of the hands of people who are likely to harm themselves or others before they act. And whereas in January 2013, Hydia Pendleton, a Chicago teenager, was tragically shot and killed at age 15. To recognize her birthday in June, people across the United States have annually recognized the first Friday in June as National Gun Violence Awareness Day by wearing orange in tribute to victims of gun violence and surviving loved ones. Orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters. And whereas in June, we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our communities and our schools safe. Now, therefore be it resolved, the Kane County Chair Corinne Pirog, Kane County State's Attorney, and Kane County Sheriff declare the first Friday in June, June 2nd, 2023, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. We encourage all citizens to support Kane County's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence has upon our families and our communities. And now I would like just to give the board an update on Long Meadow Parkway. And I'll be brief. Again, I mentioned this at the executives committee meeting, and for the public, we have gratefully earned enough money to secure complete funding, almost complete funding for Long Meadow Parkway, which means Long Meadow Parkway will be toll-free, which is a great accomplishment and a great asset to our neighbors up in northern Kane. But this was not done alone. This was done through a team, and that team I would like very much to thank. First of all, I'd like to thank Chris Kaios. He was the voice of the community. His voice was consistent, it was loud, it was clear, and the toll on Long Meadow Parkway. And Chris, I thank you for being that voice. The next, we have several people who worked in departments within Kane County that deserve a great deal of credit and acknowledgement. The Department of Transportation provided resource, information, and continual support for this effort. They frankly told me it couldn't be done, but I heard Chris's voice consistently in my head, and I said, you know, let's go ask. All we have to do is go ask. They supplied the technical knowledge for us to get that done. I would also like to thank the Finance Committee who putting together the proposal for us so we know how to do the defeasance on the bonds. I'd also like to thank the Development Department who gave me and provided for us the background information on the community that this bridge impacts. And that was given to the second time of our second proposal. And without that data, we may not have been able to push it across the line. I'd also like to thank our former lobbyist who arranged the strategy of who we were going to meet down in Springfield, who literally guided me through the hallways, through countless meetings and miles of walking, being able to meet with leadership as well as Speaker Welsh and President Don Harmon. I'd like to reach out to our legislators in Kane County, particularly Suzanne Ness, who championed this effort. And a special thanks to Representative Anna Moeller, Senators Christina Castro, Linda Holmes for their advocacy and support and leadership as it went through the legislation. Again, I'd like to call out and say special thanks to Speaker Chris Welsh and President Dan Harmon for agreeing to meet with me and to hear the needs of Kane County and the reason why this regional bridge was so important to not just Kane County's welfare, but also to the northern region of Illinois, because it does impact Cook, Lake, McHenry counties as well. And of course, finally, to J.B. Pritzker for signing not one, but two budgets that kept that money in there. And that was so exciting, especially the first time when we said, I heard it's there. And we scurried to find out what 1,000 page budget, what line item it was on. And then we shared it with smiles and just disbelief that we actually accomplished this task. And then, of course, I'd like to thank the board and the staff for its support for this effort and acknowledgement of the critical importance of this opportunity to not only save our taxpayers $35 million, but also to support, finally, the voice of your member, Chris Caius. So thank you to all.
Ditto.
So now we have a lot of ordinances to go through. So I'd like to, let's see, who's our first one? We have. So we have the zoning, we've got some zoning. Yeah. We have some zoning petitions and Mr. Van Kerkhoff. I'm going to turn the microphone over to you, please.
Sure. Good morning. Now we have 3 zoning petitions and 1 text amendment for your consideration this morning. We do have the PowerPoint presentations that were given to County Development Committee for their consideration available if board members want to request those. Otherwise, for the first petition, I believe we have some folks that are signed up to speak for and against. If you'd want to hear those at this time or at what point in your consideration, I know Mr. Chairman Ford is here to lead through these as well.
We are at 4598, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We
Mis-
have, if I may,
Oh, absolutely.
we have
Please.
signed up petitioner Laura Lopez, Jian Guan Lin, petition representative. Do either of them wish to speak at this time?
Yes, good morning. My name is Jun Guang Lin. I'm with Ridgeline Consultants out of Montgomery, Illinois. I'm a civil engineer and land surveyor of this zoning petition. I'd like to say a few words about this subject petition to specifically address the traffic impact that was raised by the neighbors. So the site plan that's on record with the county does show the driveway, the proposed driveway coming out of the proposed development at the very north end of the property, very close to the Montgomery Road. So in the other word, where this future driveway is going to be is closer to the Montgomery Road than any other neighboring properties. So this, not only the stretch of the portion of the Pearl Street, not only it's short, but also it's far away from the neighbors. So it's my opinion that there wouldn't be any traffic impact that's associated with this proposed business that would be, impact the serenity and the safety of the neighbors. And in fact, this the site plan that's in front of you is a result of several iterations of the site plan development. In the earlier versions of the site plan, we showed the driveway, the proposed driveway, leaving the property south of where we're currently showing now. And it was the owner, my client, who came to me and asked me to move the driveway further north, consciously to address neighbors' concerns. And also, what's noteworthy is that as required by Kane County Department of Transportation, we are, as part of the project, we're dedicating a significant portion of the property along the very north end to the Montgomery Road public right-of-way, which will be under jurisdiction of KDOT to facilitate their future planning if should there any be. Thank you for your time.
Is there any other? Could we bring up Frank Steele? Is he available? Mr. Steele? Is Dennis Esposito in the audience? Is he online? No, no. No. Is Ms. Talip here? No? Peggy, is Peggy Antic here, please? There she is. All right, very good. Peggy, would you like to speak now or would you like to wait? All right, very good.
My name is Peggy Ant. I live in Montgomery, and this is regarding the property at Montgomery and Pearl Street. It was very overgrown and nobody was ever interested in the lot because there's no water, no sewer or anything. Everyone along Montgomery Road was very pleased when it was sold and cleaned up. Unknown to me at the time, it was my neighbor that bought it, Felipe, and he bought it to store his landscaping trucks for safety because he can't park them in the residential area. He's very nice. He's very concerned for the community. He doesn't want to cause any problems or anything. He just wants to do his job, and that's landscaping. He keeps everything very nice at that lot at this time, and even in his property is very clean, very nice. I would like to see him be able to go ahead and do his business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ford?
I just want to bring forward this petition 4598, which is rezoning from F district farming to B3 district business with a special use for landscape business. The petitioner is Laura Lopez. It's located at the southwest corner of Pearl Street and Montgomery Road. Objectors have been the Village of Montgomery, Aurora Township Highway Commissioner, and area property owners. So at a particular time, I'd like to move this.
Okay, I believe I need a second.
Seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Iqbal. Are there any questions on this? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, in reading over the petition, I saw that the Village of Montgomery and the area property owners, as Mr. Ford had said, and I think also Aurora Township objected to it. What was their reason for objection?
So primarily that this, although it's on the corner of Montgomery Road and Pearl Street, it is in a predominantly residential area, and access would be off of Pearl Street, which is a residential street. I should note for the board also that our ordinance provides that if a village formally objects to a rezoning petition in the county, it does require then a 3/4 vote of approval for the petition to be approved. So it would need a 3/4 of you to vote yes for this to be approved due to the Village of Montgomery's objection.
This was a formal objection, Mr. Van Kerkhoff.
It's considered by the village and sent to the Development Department office.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed in the recommendation from the Zoning Board of Appeals that there should be some best management practices instituted, and it says that the current site plan does not include this BMP. So is that something that we just need a little more time, or the petitioner needs a little more time to complete? Or is that a recommendation that was discussed and discarded at committee?
Those are standard recommendations from Water Resources on their comments anytime there's a rezoning or a site development plan. In this case, the petitioner has actually been tabled at Development Committee for many months in order to try to amend his site plan and petition to meet the objections of the village, neighbors, of issues with the KDOT in terms of the access. And while they have made changes trying to be responsive to those objections have not been overcome.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Linder.
As I understand, Montgomery Village objection largely has to do with this being within their 1.25 1.5, whatever it is, planning jurisdiction, and that their plan calls for this property to be as the adjoining is residential. Is that right?
That is correct.
So there's really no way for the petitioner to remedy that condition unless he builds a house there.
Yes, that would be very difficult.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. This property is currently zoned as farming.
Yes, it's in one of our older neighborhoods that's zoned F district farming, but they are legal conforming residential lots for residential uses.
So if it was converted back to farming and there would be heavy machinery in and out, there wouldn't be anything to preclude us from allowing that because it's zoned that way.
Well, it's not suitable for farming as much of those neighborhoods are. They allow for residential uses. So a lot of the uses that are permitted in the F district wouldn't be able to be done there. I guess you could do an agricultural use there. But it is also less than the 5 acres that's required for agricultural exemptions in the county.
But if it would be like an urban agricultural use, you would still have some type of machinery allowed to be in and out from that area? Okay.
Correct, for the maintenance and uses on that property.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty familiar with this Montgomery Road. It's pretty mixed use with, there's a cemetery pretty much on the next block. There is a high residential area across the street, apartments. There's also very light industrial, just down the street. So it's very mixed use. I'm in favor of allowing a person to be able to, create a job and to be able to live in this area. I don't consider it to be very, dangerous for them to be in and out, doing their business. So I'm in favor of this petitioner. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the word was used by our council.
Microphone, please.
Okay. Mr. Shepro used the word formal request or formal. If you could explain to the director what the word formal mean. I don't think it was formal in that sense.
Right. My understanding.
Microphone? It's better if it's turned on. My understanding is that the amendment of regulations and districts, if a municipality with an official plan within 1.5 miles files a resolution with the county clerk prior to the vote, that is a formal objection that then triggers the 3/4 vote requirement. And my understanding is that that has been done, Mr. Van Kerkhoff?
Yes, but I'm also checking the file to
Yes.
verify the document.
Paul's point, if it's merely they said they objected, that is not sufficient to trigger the supermajority requirement. But if it has been done, then this board would have to have a 3/4 vote to approve. And we're
Yeah,
checking.
that was,
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Zipko.
that
Yes,
was
sir.
the question. That was the question I had. It was not a formal resolution of the village. It was written by the administrator or somebody. So that's not formal.
All right, I mean, that's,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again? I didn't quite hear what you said.
Okay, the word formal, as I understand, is the village board passes a resolution and sends a certified copy over to the county. That's formal.
yes.
If a administrator or a village manager writes a letter to us or to the committee, that's not formal.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, thank you. And I believe that's being checked as we speak. Yes, Ms. Bates.
Is anyone here from the village of Montgomery to explain this better? When I see that the proposed landscape yard use is not compatible with the village's land use plan, which designates the area as single-family detached residential, nor is it compatible with the surrounding established residential neighborhood, that makes me think I will not support it.
All right, why don't we, he's still looking. Ms. Lewis? Yes.
First of all, I would like to
thank the owners for the cleanup that they have done on the property. It really looks beautiful now. However, having said that, because of the objections of the Village of Montgomery and because of all the objections in the neighborhood, it is a very residential area right there. And the traffic on Montgomery Road is horrible. I will be forced to vote no on this one.
I think we're still questioning whether or not this was formal or recommended. And looks like he is still looking for the research on that document, correct? So we are at an impasse right now. We can't.
We could postpone the vote and
Why don't we?
while the research is going on and move to the other.
Why don't we,
Yes.
exactly. So I'm going to postpone this. I do not believe we need a vote to do that because we're still waiting for the documentation,
We're just postponing for a few minutes.
just for a few minutes. And let's,
No objection.
with no objections to that. Mr. Ford, you'll keep us all together here, right?
All right, thank you. So moving on until we get to that point, petition 4607, which is located on the west side of Muirhead Road, approximately 1/4 mile south of Plank Road, special use in the F farming district for a solar facility. Area objectors has been the properties and the property owners in the area. Zoning board approved with with stipulations, actually, that the plan to be included as part of decommissioning, plan be included as part of the petition. And the development committee has approved this one with the same stipulations.
All right. Is there a second?
Williams moves.
Mr. Williams, thank you. All right, discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Seconded, I'm sorry.
So I have a question because I noticed that in two places it said that the decommissioning plan be included as part of the petition. Do we not have the petition in front of us? Because I don't see the decommissioning plan.
See if it's in here.
Sir, is this about your property or is it about the previous conversation? Please, we'll get back to that. I saw your hand up. Let's see.
All right, we have.
We'll get back.
We have Andrew, we have Bill French, petitioner's representative.
Is Mr. French here? Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Bill French, representing Sunvest Solar. We're the petitioner. And the question is, did we submit a decommissioning plan? One was submitted to staff and to the county. So I know that there is one on record.
But we don't have a copy of it.
We should.
What was it, Mr. Van Kerkhoff? The decommission plan, was that submitted to the board? To the development department, but the board, can you update us on what that decommission plan is?
Down.
Sure, that was submitted by the petitioner and added to the file. It was not included in your board packets.
Can you tell us what that is about? Can you remember any of the details of it?
Sure, it's consistent with the ag mitigation plan required by the state for decommissioning solar projects within agricultural areas. I don't have all the details at my fingertips, but
I believe it's 20 years, is that correct?
Probably 25.
25?
corrector. The petitioner is more familiar with the plan if you'd like to have him give more detail.
Okay, absolutely, please.
Yes, so as was mentioned, we follow the regulations that are in place. It's called the Agricultural Impact Mitigation Agreement. It's actually an agreement that's filed with the Illinois Department of Agriculture. So it's really a three-party agreement. It's between the Illinois Department of Ag, the landowner, and the developer, us. And so that petition, or excuse me, that agreement requires that upon the disuse of the solar facility, that the entire apparatus is removed and the site is restored. It also requires that we provide bonding So in the first year, you have to provide 5% of the removal cost. Then at year 5, it goes up to 50. And at year 10, it goes up to 100%. So that's a bond that'll be placed with the county. The county actually holds the bond. But there is then a financial security in place should we as a developer not follow the agreement as presented.
Yes, Ms. Trippy.
So are those when it's decommissioned, it's taken off site, it's not being buried on site?
Oh, correct. No, yes.
And where is it going?
So much of the material will be recycled. Solar panels actually have quite a bit of their producing life available even at the end of their at the end of the agreement. So it'll be repurposed. Those that cannot be repurposed will be recycled, and those that cannot be recycled will be landfilled. So
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So my understanding from the basis of some of the objections were that they wanted this family farm to stay a family farm forever. And while that's a laudable goal, we can't hold up progress simply because neighbors want to see continued farming operations. Petitioner here has extensive setbacks. They're going to continue to farm the perimeter of the property. It's exactly the type of project we as a county want to attract. I'm 100% for this project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
How many acres? I can't find that in, how many acres of solar panels is this?
27
Thank you.
on a 40-acre lot.
Yes, sir.
David Young here. This is in my district, and it is just a couple hundred yards south of where I live. And I had reached out to several people through meeting them or also through email. And I got about 20 responses back, and around 80% of the people I received responses back from rejected and wanted to reject this solar panel farm. And I want to go through a couple of the reasons why. The first reason that they object to this is that they feel this is going to lower their property value. And that was brought up in the beginning of this. And Mr. French actually said on May 9th that there were numerous studies, I'm reading this from May 9th, there were numerous studies done that show that there really is very little to no impact living next to a solar facility to your property value. Mr. Butts, the owner of the farm, says, I don't think it will affect property values. Yet they're not even citing a source of where they got this information, whether it be a realtor or what, but they're just saying this. So I believe that that is a valid point, especially for the people that are going to be living right next to this solar panel facility. The other objection that I received was that it will take away from the look and feel of this rural community. And when you drive down Muirhead Road, all you see is farm, and you also see 5-acre lots primarily, but you also see some subdivisions, a couple of subdivisions. And people just don't want to have a solar facility, an industrial solar facility right there on the side of Muirhead Road as you drive down. That's just something that they moved out for open space over there. They don't want to see this this commercial facility. The third objection was the power created from the solar panels will be transferred to ComEd's distribution system. And Mr. French said, we are simply adding more energy into the distribution system. So electricity that we make does not go directly to somebody's house. It just goes up into the distribution grid itself, meaning ComEd. So the neighbors aren't going to receive any benefit from these solar panels. It's not like you're putting solar panels on your house and you get to save energy and save money. Several board members have done that to their own homes, and it works because they actually save money. But no one's going to save money. The surrounding neighbors are not going to save money. The fourth objection is that these solar panels and switchgear are 100% made in China, not helping U.S. manufacturing. And Mr. French was asked about this, and he said that the US manufacturer that he referenced has a long lead time, so he wanted to go with China. The other objection is the glare that will occur when the sun is at a low angle in the morning and the evening. And Mr. French was asked about this. He stated there is minimal glare, about as much glare as surface water would have with some wind on it. Well, if you guys have ever been around a lake or even ocean with a little bit of wind on it, and it's fully sunny outside, that's you have to have some sunglasses on. So that is I think that's a valid objection. Two more things, and then I want to read a couple of emails from I got yet last night. We don't have a shortage of power in Kane County, so we're going to be adding more power to the grid, and that's another reason why people object. I mean, what's the point? We're not having rolling blackouts. We're not having our power being shut off in the middle of the winter or the summertime. And the last thing is that you're going to be taking 40 acres of coveted farmland off the market, off the farmland for the next 25 years. Of emails to support what I just read this is an email from someone from last night. My name is Mary. My husband and I live in the Stonecrest subdivision near Stone Ridge Lane and Muirhead Road. We are very concerned over the proposal for a solar farm very near our subdivision. While we are in support of alternative energy sources, the location of this farm is very close to our homes and our subdivision. This will negatively impact the look of the rural area and the value of homes near this proposed solar field. There is no benefit to those homeowners surrounding this farm. Since the energy generated does not provide any reduced rates to those closest to it, then there is nothing to help offset the concern for reduced property values for the surrounding homeowners. A location further away from the homes and neighborhoods is more appropriate. One more email. Mr. Young, we live down the road, a short distance from the proposed solar farm. We are not in favor of this. Kane County has spent millions of dollars to preserve open space in our area that we cannot see putting this solar farm here. The solar farm ought to be in an area where there are no residences close by. I respect Mr. Butts' family as they farm all around me, but this is just the wrong location, as we all built in this area because we love the open farmland around us and never anticipated a solar farm. We have fought to prevent businesses from being run out of estate parcels and do not believe this is a good change of use. I am a real estate broker, and I can say for sure that the adjacent parcels of my neighbors will be adversely affected and affect their property values in a negative way, both for resale and also a negative effect on value. So with everything I just said, I'm obviously going to vote no against it. I hope everybody else considers what I just said and will vote no against it. This doesn't mean that these people are against alternative energy, especially solar panels. I had a conversation this morning with a friend of mine who's going to put solar panels up on his business because he wants to have that alternate energy, which is fine. I know that a lot of people here have solar panels on their houses for additional energy. So that doesn't mean I'm against the solar panels. I'm just against this massive industrial thing right in the middle of a residence. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I have two follow-up questions based on what Commissioner Young said. The first question is, I know that we rate our farmland. We grade it as to its value. Do we know what value this farmland is? Is this considered like high value or medium value or?
And why don't you get to your other question? And then
Okay, my second question is on the 2040 map, it designates this area as resource management. I don't understand what that means in terms of of a solar field going there. I think I don't understand what resource management designation actually means. So if I could have an explanation of that.
Sure. And we have a gentleman here who I don't know who he is.
That'd be Mr. Butts. He's the owner.
Mr. Butts,
Name is
welcome.
Edward Butts. I am one of the 5 owners of this property. My sister Darlene is with me. My other sisters are not here. In terms of high resource, it's not the highest resource farmland. It's probably second in line. We don't get the kind of rents that the good farmland gets. So that was the one question. Can I comment on Mr. Young a little bit?
But we have in a minute, please. We have a question about the 2040 resource management. I'd want to make sure that we have that clarified as well before we go on. Mr. Van Kerkhoff, could you explain what that is, please?
Sure. The question on the 2040 plan.
Yes, what is what is resource management?
So resource management is in our 2040 plan. It's areas of the county designated this way are areas where it's in a plan that there would be growth or changes in land use, either by county zoning decisions or through annexation to municipalities. And the reason it sort of anticipates both is that the county's plan promotes resource management and good principles for design and protection of our water quality and those kind of things. So it is unlike the areas of the county that are designated for continued use in agriculture. Doesn't mean that agriculture isn't a good use or the land isn't suitable for agriculture. It just recognizes that this is an area where growth and changes have taken place. Up and down Muirhead Road, many of the other larger farms have been subdivided into 5-acre parcels and have single-family homes on them. And then by county board action, the Stonecrest subdivision just to the south and east had previously been farmland and converted to single-family homes. So this is an area that has already experienced some change from farming to a variety of land uses, mostly residential. And this is one of the last remaining original farms that hasn't done so yet.
And quick question, are they entitled, the family, are they entitled to subdivide that to 5-acre lots or as if they so choose?
Not at this time. When those lots were subdivided, most of those using the Plat Act, there was not a minimum lot size for F district farming zone properties. Currently, the minimum lot size is 40 acres. So for someone to subdivide it, they'd have to go through a rezoning and a subdivision process.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And just for clarity, because this is getting pretty detailed and I want to make sure we're following proper procedure. Will I be entitled to allow the speakers from representatives or should we wait until the end?
No, I think you could allow.
Okay, Mr. Butts.
Unless there's anything further from staff at this point.
Anything further at this point? No, Mr. Butson, please. And sir, I will recognize you in a minute.
I just want to say one thing about the neighbors being able to benefit from this. This is a community solar project. They will be able to buy power from the community solar project at a discount. We intend to sign up for that as the owners when it's available. So it's not true that they can't benefit from this. But my main point is that, when we grew up, this was all farmland. Now we're the only farm left. People came in and subdivided into 5-acre lots and that's all that's left. We have the last really working farm on the road. We'd like to keep it a working farm, but it's 120 acres. It doesn't have the world's best soil. It's not economic long-term. So one of our goals for doing the farm was to keep it as a farm, at least for another 20 years. We're homing for a 100-year certification on the farm. In terms of property values, the city of Elgin has this mapped in as single-family residence. We will not be able to sell this land for 5-acre parcels. When it's sold, it'll be sold by our kids and it will be sold for development and it will be part of the city of Elgin. We're trying to head that off at least for another 20 years. And that's one of the reasons we did this. And I think that's going to hurt people's property values because the 5-acre lots are 5-acre lots. People want that. They don't want single family homes, 40 single family homes on this property. Secondly, I don't think it will have any impact on land values. There was no evidence submitted before the zoning board that there would be any impact. We only have 2 neighbors who are contiguous with this property. The one on the south has not complained, has not taken a position against this. The one on the north spoke against it, but they're also very nice about it. I think they've recognized that they can live with it. They're both walled off by a line of trees, so it's not something they'll be able to see. The neighbors who don't want to drive by and look at it, just driving by to see a solar farm is not an objection for turning down that solar farm. We think this is a good location because it doesn't impact the neighbors to any great extent. And the design that Sunvest has put forward has a lot of greenery involved in it. They've got a 24-foot circle of flowering native grasses. So we think it is the right use for this property at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, please.
I'm Mike from Plato Township. Now, I didn't had a chance to look into this a lot, but I had an idea as you asked for resource management here. We've got a school board that's got some bad land. And I'm wondering if possible, the school board could get out of their bad land deal by putting this under, it's just an idea, but hoping we could table the vote to look into something like that, that could be a benefit both to the community and a benefit to the solar farm as well. Because we have a school board that realizes that they wanted to put a school up and now they're looking for some different land because the land that they purchased quite some time ago, probably a bad location for that. Well, it is a bad location for that school because of access and so forth. Maybe this is a better location that the school board could actually unload that property. I don't know. So it's just an idea to think about.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Yes.
One more comment about, Mr. Butts talks about the vegetation that's going to be planted and everything else. Okay, fine. It'll be there for what? June, July, August, then it's going to die down. Then you're going to see this solar farm, for 9 months out of the year. And there's going to be a deer fence around it. So, but a deer fence has holes this big. So it's not like you are going to witness this, and it is going to be an eyesore, and the residents just don't like it. And 80% of the people that I've talked to don't want it. He is right about this. Mr. Butts is right about the savings that you will get. And Mr. French did speak about that at the meeting, but he admitted that it was about a 10% savings, and it's not even using that solar panel. You just sign up for any solar panel. Mr. French lives somewhere and he's getting his solar panel energy from Mount Morris or something like that. So it's not like, I don't know how they actually do that. I haven't explored that, but the cost savings is minimal. It's maybe 10%, but you have to go and sign up for it. So the people in the surrounding area, they aren't going to benefit from this immediately. They have to go and find the subscription and hopefully sign up for it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Linder.
Mr. Young, maybe you can answer this or else we'll ask someone. Mr. Butts mentioned 2 homes that are contiguous to the property. Aside from those 2 homes, what's the distance to the next residential property?
Well, they're 5-acre. So there's a 40-acre lot. And then there's a home on the north and the south side, definitely on the north side. And then there's 3 homes on the north side of that. And then across the street, there are homes that go north of this 40-acre lot. So approximately 10 homes north of this on both sides of the street. Yeah, there's a map in our packet.
Page 32.
I'll tell you in a second here.
32.
Is it 32? Okay.
We're also pulling up the PowerPoint.
Okay.
30
31 and 32, David.
Okay, yeah, 31 and 32.
or 29.
Yeah, so so it's north end. So Mr. Linder, you have houses on the north end, south side of that proposed solar farm.
There it is.
And then you can see the Stonecrest subdivision is south and east of the proposed solar farm on page 32.
That's good.
On right here, you can see the subdivision on the east side. Did that answer your question, Mr. Linder?
Sort of. I guess I was looking for something in feet or yards, but I get the concept.
Oh, okay, okay.
So as part of this process, Mr. Van Kerkhoff.
Mr. Linder, could you speak closer to your microphone, please?
Sure, I'm sorry. Mr. Van Kerkhoff, as part of this process, neighbors within what distance are asked to comment?
Adjacent and within 250 feet of the property line, they get formal notice. And then there's also publication of the public hearing, and the petition is available online.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Ms. Bates.
I'd like to explain community solar just a little bit more. It's a way that you can subscribe to clean energy so that you know that you're not using energy that's coming from fossil fuels, which cause more pollution, more climate change. So community solar is a new idea that I don't know if they do it in other states, but this is something that Illinois is definitely promoting through the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act to make clean renewable energy accessible to anybody, even if you don't have a rooftop, if you're a renter or you've got too many trees in your yard, so you can't have solar panels. So anybody can sign up for this. It is a benefit. You get the benefit of reduced prices on your bill, and also the benefit of knowing that you're using renewable energy. So this is a project that the neighbors will benefit to the reduction of air pollution in our county.
Yes, sir.
Mike Kenyon, if you build a solar farm here, that'll increase the value of that land, and it will result in a great amount of money going to the school district. We have one. And it's, I'm going to say, like, ours is 15 acres. It's like $3,000 a year or more. And that's more than farmland. So it probably would, it could be up to $10,000.
And this is,
But schools,
this is U46 schools?
no, 300 Central.
It's 303.
303. Oh,
Central.
St. Charles.
I'm sorry, 301, sorry.
301.
301.
301. Okay, 301. Okay. Yes.
Roth here. What's the distance, the subdivision to the southeast? Can we do a measurement on that? If you go in Google Maps, you can measure. I did it and it's like 1,300 feet.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Well, 1,300 is a lot farther than 250, which is what the.
Mr. Leonard, could you both speak to the mic so we can hear the conversation, please?
Okay. So, Mr. Van Kerkhoff had said, formal request for within 250 feet. Correct.
Yeah, that's for a letter of notification of a proposed zoning action. And
So how
that's-
many residents would have received that? Looking at this, it doesn't seem like there's that many.
I can check the file, but you're probably correct to be a limited number, including the Forest Preserve District, who's adjacent to the west.
Okay, but that street down in that subdivision, I'm measuring on Google Maps 1,300 feet, which is pretty far away.
Correct. They would not have received a official mail notification per the zoning ordinance. They would have, if they drive Muirhead Road, they would have most likely seen the sign of notification.
Yeah, and I guess I would ask the question with the county's solar field, what type of reaction did we get from neighbors? Because it's definitely a lot closer to neighbors there.
I'll let Ms. Bates speak to that, please.
There were some objections, but we worked very close. There were some objections, but we worked very closely with the neighbors, and we have put in maybe 100 trees that will block the view of that. And we worked with them on the glare issues, and there really is very little glare from solar panels because they are designed to eat eat those electrons. They suck it, what? Absorb, thank you. They don't eat,
I
they
love the fact
absorb.
that they eat it.
They eat those electrons. They absorb the electrons from the light. So there's very little glare. There's no noise. We did many studies to make sure with Argonne National Labs, U of I, that there's no health detriments to the solar panels. And as far as them being an eyesore, some of us think they're beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, hearing nothing else. One more comment from the public, please, and
I'd like the board to be aware, maybe we have a good compromise here, because that square right there is just to the east of all the school board property. So if you move 3 squares over, maybe the school board could make some money on this and kind of get out of the bad deal they made. And it doesn't affect the neighbors. It could be blocked off. So there could be a good compromise, not getting rid of it, but yet putting it further away from our neighborhood. I don't know. Maybe it's a compromise that the board should consider.
How about both?
yes.
Madam Chair, yes.
But anyway.
Thank you,
go
sir.
ahead.
Yes.
I just want to say that maybe could be an option, but right now, just to keep order, it'd be a good idea for us to continue on this path of
Correct.
what's
Correct.
presented
The
in
school
front of
board, the
us.
school board owns that separate property. This is privately owned property that is going to be used, not publicly owned property. So it's an apple and orange.
I want to make the point that the property to the west of that square belongs to the forest preserve.
Mhm.
It is not going to be developed. They're also not going to be affected by this. The school district property is west of that. And when he says a bad deal, they bought floodplain to build a high school. They discovered they can't do it. I doubt that there's a space in that property that would meet the requirements. Our 27 acres does.
And again, this is private property versus public property potential. So it's not the same fruit. It's different. Okay, thank you, sir. All right. I believe we're ready for the vote. Is that correct? Roll.
Was there a motion made?
We had a motion,
Okay.
second. Motion could.
Williams, this is petition number 4607. Ellen?
Alan, aye.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
There you go.
I'm sorry, repeat that slower.
No.
Thank you. Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Well, yes.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Kenyon?
Aye.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva, no. Okay. Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Surges? Mr. Surges? Tarver?
I'm so sorry. Mr. Young, can you confirm that this is in your district?
It is.
Okay, and you are not in favor of this?
That's correct.
I am a no vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Surges. Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
And Young?
No.
What's the vote on sweet?
He was, 4 no's.
No, Ron's was a no.
Who cares?
So yes.
Even 3 votes.
What's the next one? Okay, it's more than 17.
passes.
It passes.
2, 3, 4.
Congratulations.
4 nays, but it still passes with more.
This wasn't. the
No,
one with
this
the
was
objection.
no, it was not. This was
This
not
was
the
the majority.
objection. It passes by simple majority. All right. Do we have the answer to the other one? Formal or not?
Yes, we do. And my thanks to Mr. Iqbal for his scrutiny. My apologies to the board for my incorrect representation. Well, the letter from the village does say that the village objects. We did confirm both with the village staff and with the clerk's office that no formal resolution of objection was passed or filed with the county, so it does not meet the standard to require a 3/4 vote. So it would be a simple majority vote to approve that petition.
Okay, so it's simply a recommendation.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Okay, everybody switch their hats back on.
It's on 40,
45,
4598.
98.
Okay, Mr. Ford, are you ready to call the vote on this?
I,
matter?
I have a question.
Please, yes.
Silva, thank you.
Thank you. So,
Dr. Iqbal, thank you. Aurora Township, any details on their recommendation?
Yes.
To my knowledge, they have not changed their objection. And then just a reminder, I believe the petitioner also here wanted to speak.
Thank you. Before, the Aurora Township recommendation for no was the same as Montgomery?
Yes. No.
Correct. It was from, my understanding was from the highway commissioner.
Right.
Thank you.
So it was different. It wasn't a matter of whether it was residential, it was the access from the highway, right?
So he was actually at the meeting.
There,
Mr. Kais,
there is access on the other side? Not just from Montgomery Road, correct?
There is no access from Montgomery Road. There is only access off of Pearl Street.
Okay, thank you.
all right. We have
Madam
other
Chair,
questions. Hold on, Ms. Gums. I think we had some other hands up.
Just want to speak. I want you to recognize.
All right, if I recognize Ms. Gums, and then we'll have our speaker. Ms. Gums?
Thank you. This property is in my district, and as sympathetic as I am, I have spoken to the residents of that large apartment complex, also the residents in the neighborhood. The big concern that, and the reason why I will not be supporting this is the roadway is a dangerous roadway. Our population over there utilizes that stretch of land to walk because many of them do not have access to automobiles. They either walk or utilize their bicycles. And within 2 or 3 feet, they have to the roadway. They're traveling to that main thoroughfare on Douglas, where all of the businesses and restaurants and grocery places are. So I can't support this. I wish I could, but it's just not the right spot for this. Even if they put that entrance off of Montgomery Road, albeit multi-use, the traffic and I already have complaints about truck traffic now. If there's large equipment, we already also have pedestrians that are hit by vehicles, bicycles hit by vehicles. This stretch of road is a dangerous stretch of road, and to no avail trying to fix that at this point, but hopefully one day we will get to that point. But I can't support it based on those issues.
All righty, thank you. All right, our speaker. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Felipe. I own the lot at Montgomery and Pearl. I bought this lot just because I live about 2-3 miles away from the lot. And I noticed there's a lot of small business in the neighborhood, which I thought it wasn't a bad idea, have my business there, you know. So that's why I bring this petition. Actually, I think there are like five small business in the neighborhood. There's a nursery all the way in the corner, close to the cemetery. So, and also there's traffic, you know, from the water tower, you know, going back and forth, you know, so I don't see much difference. I mean, I'm not a huge company. I'm a small business company, you know, and I'm just trying to do, you know, the best way. That's why I try to do the process. I mean, it's not like a huge company. I gonna do a huge thing there, you know, it's a small lot, you know, and also I really like the lot, you know, is have my trucks there, you know, have, you know, I got family, I got my wife, my little kids, you know, I totally understand, you know, they're worried about the kids, you know, but I always wanna be, very careful, with the family lives there. There's just two people that are complaining all the way there, all the way in the end of the street, which is Peril. The neighbors right across the street from me, they don't got no problem. I talk to them always, I try to be polite with them. I'm here. It seems like I'm to United States, I try to do my best always, and that's why I'm here. I don't wanna cause no problems. I try to grow my business, be successful, So that's all I can say. Thank you.
Ready to call the vote?
Okay, very good. Clerk, please call the roll. And this is a simple majority.
Yes.
And the vote, could you repeat what the vote, what are we voting? What is the official?
Mr. Ford.
Resolution.
So this resolution is allowing them to take this property and use it for their landscape business. So it changes it from F district farming to a B3 district
Okay.
with a
so-
special use for landscape business.
So a yes vote would be in favor of him.
Yes.
That is correct.
The form of the ordinance is, Shepro speaking, is, as Mr. Ford has indicated, the rezoning with the stipulations stated in the ordinance. A well and septic new if they have a bathroom,
Right.
and requiring a stormwater permit, which must include a grading plan and a best management practice as a condition of actually taking the project forward.
You ready?
So in other words, even after this step, they have a lot more engineering to be done and presented to staff.
I think we're about ready to call. Yes.
Yeah,
You ready?
just one quick question.
Sure.
How many trucks would be operating it per day?
It's a good question. Yes, please.
3 trucks. Okay, thank you.
Is that three? Good. Clerk, please call the roll.
Oh, this is for petition number 4598. Ellen.
Alan? No.
Bates.
Bates, no.
Berman.
Berman, no.
Doherty.
No.
Ford.
Or no.
Gums.
Gums, no.
Iqbal.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby. Kenyon.
No.
Caius.
Caius, no.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, no.
Linder.
Linder, no.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, no.
Sanchez.
Yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Surgis.
No.
No.
Okay, Tarver.
Tarver, yes.
Tepe.
Seppi, no.
Williams.
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Let's count this up. Would have to say it failed. 1, 2,
9 to
3,
15.
4. No.
It fails.
The count, please. I have 914.
9:14,
Right?
9
Was not voting.
9 yes,
Didn't vote.
14 no.
9.
He's no.
Said 9 to 14.
Correct.
Davis,
2, 3,
Davis,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You're right.
10, 11, 12. 13. Yep. And Davis is not here.
14 to 9.
Scrabble. If you're gonna order lunch.
All right, we're gonna, I'd like everybody just, we're gonna take a 2-minute pause. Okay, if everybody can just get up and stretch their legs for just a minute. And if you could, we'll do a count of 2. All right, so if somebody can keep time. I promise that we will be back in just this is just a brief pause. Anybody else use facility? Just stretch legs, get a drink of water, please. We've got gravel pit is next.
So are we not sworn we're not gonna do the cannabis? So we should probably tell people they're.
He was sitting next to me. He just went down.
We gotta do, I guess, people or seven.
I mean, it's on the agenda, so we have to address it.
Right.
I'll mention.
Your name is.
Yeah.
I drove past it. They're not
Yeah.
cars. They're not.
Yeah.
cars.
This is the one you're talking
They
about.
started
We
everywhere.
voted it down.
But this one.
This guy likes.
Was wrong. Before I was elected. And at some point I wanted to come back. to committee. The dog, rental was putting- kennel. And it did pies and. Maybe that's what's gonna happen.
How many hours?
They put a lot of money, into it. At least this one, I don't think we put a lot of money into it.
You can't.
How you doing, Miss? Yeah, so it's.
Oh, you'd have to build a lot of houses. Oh, you,
Yes.
you don't have a lot of.
And you know what? It gives them such a hard.
That
you know, it's always
last
good
night
from
to make
home.
up for today.
Well, yeah, you'll be working on Father's Day.
We're always having to get that stuff out of those.
Oh, Billy.
The company actually,
I'm complaining to the adjustment because
they were part.
Oh, they made polls.
Yeah.
Send out for some.
They first put them up, get them up flat.
Well, I mean, it's, we haven't even gotten. You know what?
Oh, Dory.
If you put public comment at the end, we get all our friggin' business done. In that case.
I'll get you a calendar.
Is this on? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed.
I think we're gonna do that starting next month.
We're gonna-
Comments at the end.
All right, we have to, we'll be back. Our recording secretary is going to be right back.
I'm paying the sitter
Excuse me?
for these hours.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Nice meeting.
Thanks for the.
It's a long meeting. Young man.
Golf and thing.
I don't remember.
Hey, Blair, or somebody operating the sound system, I would mute
Well,
all
you
of
got a nice chance. to.
microphones.
Yeah, Don't drive.
No, that's just.
Dandelions? Oh.
Yeah.
Did I
Not much, it's gonna sit there.
just asked Young if he was voting?
Not gonna get voted.
He was
Can everybody hear me? I was, you have to excuse me. I think I'm coming down with a cold. I'd like to bring the meeting back to order, please. If you can't hear me, just put your hand up and I'll make sure that I get the microphone right in front of me. And again, I can speak really loud. How's that? I'll use my old. This is very good. It seems like I'm shouting.
It's okay.
I know how to control you all now. Just raise my voice.
Exactly.
All
No
right.
discretion here.
Welcome back. All right, we are now on to petition 4607.
Yes.
My apologies, 46. All right.
Page 46 in our packet.
Mr. Ford, I'll turn it over to you right now, please.
Petition 4606. Location is 39 West 433 Highland Avenue in Plateau Township. Special use, the proposal is for special use from industrial district for the cannabis infusion business. As part of the special use request, the petitioner is requested a variance from the 250 minimum setback required from any surrounding residence properties. Objectors have been property owners, adjacent property, area property owners, it says, and the Township Board of Plateau.
Do we have,
Plato.
do we have?
And the development committee actually denied this, but the zoning board actually was approval.
All right, is that a motion? So we need a second?
So that's the motion.
Okay.
To approve or deny?
Second, Mr.
The
Iqbal.
motion to. What was the motion? Approve.
To approve.
To approve.
Discussion.
Discussion now. Yes, sir.
Whose district is this in?
My district, District 15.
Okay, thank you.
You've got quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's been fun. We have people that wanted to discuss this. So I know that we have speakers. So should we have people speak about this petition? Because that's what we
Wonder if it, Shepro,
people here, I think.
yeah, I wonder if it would be helpful to have staff outline what the
Yeah.
proposal is.
I do want to say that, I wonder if I should change my motion because, I do have a note. And from a conversation I had from the owners, they did not get a chance to speak at the, development committee. They had the dates mixed up and was not there. So they do have a request to send this. And I think there were some other requests, I believe, to send this back to the committee. And if that's, what's, I don't have any problem with that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think there was a bit of confusion at our development committee because the petitioner wasn't there. And the second thing was, it was presented to us in a way.
Okay, hold, if I may, please. You have a motion to approve this, but we need to get a second. And then if you would like to table this or move this back.
Move it back. It won't be
we
to
can amend
table it, but.
Amend it. Iqbal seconded. Okay, my apologies. All right, then please go ahead.
So one of the things that I think a lot of us considered when we were voting was the variance request, but what we didn't understand was that was approved by the ZBA. That part of the component has been approved. So all we're voting on is the use. And I might have had a different vote had I understood that at the time.
Okay.
So I think it's a wise thing to send this back to committee.
All right.
You're making.
I'm hearing that. Yes, Mr.
Tepe here. I understand the reason that you might want to send it back. We also have a decent number of people here who are objecting to this. If we send it back, they're going to have to come back again. I think the petitioner has had enough time to be here. The petitioner sent a very large presentation, which I read completely through. I understand what his logic is. I'd encourage us to do a vote on this today, and I will not be in favor of it.
All right, I believe that has not been seconded. It is a recommendation at this point to send it back to the development committee. So is that
Mr. Ford's motion?
Mr. Ford, what is your motion?
To actually send it back.
I'll second that motion.
Second that. And we,
Yes, okay, yeah.
yes. So we have a motion and a second to send it back to development, but before we do so, we have to call the roll.
Can we have a discussion?
And we have a vote on the table.
Okay,
If this is,
sorry.
if a motion to refer back is debatable.
Oh, it is debatable. All right, then very good. Thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Just explain this, Mr. Williams and Mr. Ford, explain this a little bit further. You said that there was a 250-foot variance. That is a Kane County ordinance 25-3-1, which means that you have to be 250 feet away from a pre-existing property or property zoned for residential purposes. And is that no longer required now? I thought there were two components to this. Number one, the 250-foot variance going to zero. And number two, the use of that facility as a cannabis infusion facility.
Yeah.
So that was my understanding at the development committee as well, that we were voting on the variance. But I understand that the variance was actually approved by the ZBA, and that's the final say in the variance.
That is the final say.
And that's what we didn't understand at development. So the issue now, because that issue's been decided, is the use appropriate? And since the petitioner wasn't there because of a communication mix-up, I think they should have an opportunity to address the development committee.
Can you address Mr. Van Kerkhoff, this variance?
Sure. So there was two parts to this petition. One was a variance per our zoning, the Kane County zoning ordinance. Variances are decided by the zoning board of appeals. In this case, there's a variance along with the special use request for the adult use cannabis infusion center. I want to thank our state's attorney's office because we work closely with them on resolving how this matter should go forward with the zoning board, and their determination was that the zoning board would make a separate vote on the variance and then a separate vote on the special use, and they recommended approval of both. So the matter proceeding on to the full county board is the special use petition. The standards for determining a variance or a special use are very, very similar. They're slightly different, but they're slightly but they're very similar. So this is a confusing petition because of that setback variance that was part of it and approved by the zoning board was before this morning as a special use petition on that. There is not a provision in our county zoning ordinance, but our state's attorney tells us there is a provision in the state code for county zoning that a county board may overturn a variance decision by the zoning board of appeals with a 3/4 vote. So if that is something the county board wanted to do, you could look at a process to overturn the setback variance. It may not be necessary if you're just going to vote on the special use, yea or nay at this point, because you do have the authority to turn down the special use, which would prevent them from moving forward with establishing an adult use cannabis infusion center at this location.
The question of possibly overturning the zoning board is not an agenda item.
Yes.
Today.
It is not, in theory, it only would have been necessary to be on the agenda if for some reason the zoning board had come to a denial of the setback variance, because then that in effect would have prevented the petition from being approved by you as the county board. So if they had voted to deny the setback variance and the county board's will was to approve the special use, you would have needed to overturn the variance decision. So it's kind of, I'm sorry for being complicated, but it's kind of a moot point where you are in the process. You have the authority today or at a later date, vote yea or nay on the proposed special use.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Van Kirkhoff, would you explain a little bit about the setback variance? I'm familiar, I own a home and I have a setback, I have to be so far from the street, so far from the back of the lot. Is this setback talking about the building, or is it simply talking about the property's proximity to other properties?
It's speaking to the property's proximity to other properties. Quick overview on the origins of this. When the state of Illinois passed the statutes that provided for medical cannabis facilities to be established throughout the state of Illinois, that act included setbacks from any of those establishments from certain other uses, much like communities have for setbacks from schools, from liquor stores and those kind of things. And that was part of the citing of those medical cannabis facilities. When the state passed the statutes for adult use cannabis facilities, they did not include in that statute any mandatory setbacks from any other uses. When the Kane County Board adopted the ordinance amendments to allow adult use cannabis businesses in Kane County, we followed a path that many other communities did, where we looked at the guidance from the state from the medical cannabis setback and adapted those as setbacks required for adult use cannabis. So that's where those setbacks come from. It is an external setback as opposed to an internal setback. And we determined that it was subject to the variance process, given the unique situations with this particular property. One thing that was learned after public notice was given and people came out to the public hearing is that the one residential property immediately adjacent to the south, thus the zero setback, has one home on it, which is further south from the property line. But the county has since learned, due to their public testimony and submittals, that they had annexed into the city of Elgin and had an approved but not yet realized subdivision plan, which would put residential lots immediately adjacent to this facility. And that information is all in your packet. We also have it available by PowerPoint to put up on the screen if that's helpful to anyone.
I would recommend.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Alan speaking, because this is not my district, but it is Elgin, and I live in an area where we have a lot of mixed use. So I had an interest in seeing how this fit into its neighborhood. And I just think we want to send it back to committee because I believe the committee would change its vote. This is, there's a tremendous amount of green space around this property. The area where the variance is being considered, is a wetland. So you can't build, you're not going to be able to build close to that property line anyway. It's Mother Nature doing soggy. This is one of the most discreet locations imaginable. And if we had, I have pictures on my phone, and if we want to see them, we can certainly do that. But this is an incredibly green area, and there's lots of space, and the pictures I think will prove up this is a very good use, a discrete use for this location. I hope you'll let it go back to committee so that they can study it fully and then give you a better recommendation.
Anybody else? Okay, so we have, I think I'd like to call the roll now for this to send it back to committee, the development committee, which meets at what date?
Next Tuesday,
That is,
20th, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Yes, the
20th.
20th at 10 o'clock.
all right.
Madam Chair, may I make a
Yeah,
comment,
yes,
please?
Mr. B, please.
So you're asking to send it back when all of the members of the development committee are sitting here and can vote today. We have people in the audience who are here, who have contacted us. We have everything we need in the packet. I don't understand why we would send this back when everybody here is able to vote.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, so I believe you would be a no vote.
I would
to
be a
send
no
it.
vote to send it back, yes.
Yes.
Strathman here, sorry. I think it would be
interesting to have the owners, the proposed owners of this business to be able to be in front of the developmental committee, to give them their chance. I understand busy schedules prevent things from happening in the right way sometimes. I would like to give them a chance to present to the developmental committee, to the development committee, so that their whole packet could be understood and presented in person.
Okay, all right. I want to assure the people who are here to speak, you will still be able to speak on this matter, no matter what the outcome of the vote is going to be. I respect your time and ability, willingness to come to speak on this issue. We have more conversation yet, whether to send it back or not, Mr. Iqbal?
I agree with honorable member Juby that we are all here and we can vote. I mean, I had a luxury of being on the committee and have read the file. Some other people may not have read the file, but there's a very simple case. It doesn't require variance. It is about cannabis. The law says it's a legal business and we should allow it. The objection that were raised at the committee level were moral. They say it's a moral, it's a bad thing. But the law says don't consider that. And we passed the resolution, cannabis resolution, promoting the business. And we are benefiting from it, from the state revenues. We are getting revenues because of that. So if we say no, we are getting rid of the old resolution and we have to stop receiving the revenues from the state.
All right.
Big implication there.
Not yet, please, not yet. We're about ready to take the vote, sir. I will be recognizing you, not to worry. This is just to send it back, and if it's going.
Madam Chair, could you explain to everybody what's happening here?
All right.
Because they
My-
don't understand that we, thank you.
What we're voting on is not to whether or not to approve this, whether or not we're going to have further discussion on this, or if the final vote is going to be taken in pending this vote. So it may be further discussed, going back to committee and then brought back to the board, or the board may decide that they choose not, pending the outcome of this vote, to continue the conversation and to take the vote today. So I'd like to get the vote of whether or not they're going to send it back to committee first. You will have time, sir, to speak.
That makes sense.
All right.
All right.
Are we good? You ready to take the vote, whether or not?
Send it back to committee.
Yes.
Okay, clerk, could you please call the roll? Everybody understand the yes vote is to send it back to committee.
Before you do that, I'll ask the chair, why does he want it back?
I have had several requests, even from staff, the property owner, and even from some of the board members, to have this sent back.
Okay.
So I'm just responding to those requests.
Okay,
Fine.
okay. All right.
One quick,
Does everybody understand?
so yes, is to send it back?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
No is to keep it here.
we have Mr. Ford and Mr. Williams seconding to send this back to Development Committee, which is meeting June 20th
20th, yes.
at 9 a.m.
10.
Oh, I'm sorry, 10. Let me get that correct. Correct. Okay. Allen,
Aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
No.
Doherty.
Yes.
Yes, does not hear. Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
No.
Iqbal,
Oh, yes.
Iqbal, yes. Juby,
Should be no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Nice, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Present.
present, okay. Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
No.
Tarver,
No.
Tepe,
No.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
No.
All right.
Going back.
I got two of them. That's another
Okay.
day.
I'm gonna make a move on.
12.
Passes. All 10.
Passes, it will be moved back to development. So with that, I believe we have some members of the audience who would like to speak. Sir, please.
Madam Chair, Sturgis.
Yes, Mr. Surges,
Madam
yes.
Chair, as we discussed yesterday, I do have a conflict at 12:30 and I need to cut short. I did send a text message acknowledging that, and I appreciate the ability to zoom in, and I just wanted to thank you.
Okay, absolutely. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Surges.
It's really. Why would it be? Oh, no. Okay.
Representing Plato Township again, Mike here. So obviously we've covered the thing that Plato opposes this, but then we get the High Haven claims over here that they say it's going to increase property values. That's study that they're reciting is for dispensaries, not for infusion. And then in the same article, you find that 54% of people within 1 mile of the area from another study that says they wouldn't buy a house in that area. So I don't know how we could, reasonably think that would increase property values. It may do nothing, but I don't think it's going to increase it. When it comes to the revenue we're talking about in Illinois, marijuana tax law in Illinois pays for the administrative costs, associated with the legalization. And then any leftover funds are going to go to criminal justice and substance abuse. And I'm going to focus on leftover funds, how much funds are going to be left over. So I don't see this coming back to the community. I did try to do a matrix as far as the downsides, because it's been referred to that it's about cannabis or not cannabis. But, if I do a matrix on alcohol abuse and drug abuse, the matrix looks pretty similar. Okay. So I don't think it's so much about that. So where we're at right now is there still a lot of unanswered questions. And I think it's just too many questions to make a change. And that's why I'm glad it's going back to committee. For example, who's going to regulate it? Right now, we have Department of Agriculture and then the Illinois Department of Finance and Professional Regulations. The Chicago Tribune has had some articles. There's a lot of discrepancy of who's going to really regulate this stuff. So a lot of weird things going on. When asked, why this is going in a secluded area, they have told some board members that, well, the industrial areas don't want us. So I have to go, well, industrial areas don't want you, but we can put it in Mr. and Mrs. Smith's backyard. I'm not good with that. Anyhow, when I've talked to some different people and people have gotten information from the company here from High Haven, I see some irregularities. So I'm discussing at one point, I hope I have this straight from memory, that they weren't going to be doing cooking, but yet within the regulation or the zoning, but not the zoning board, but the special use, they said, just think of this as an industrial kitchen. And then in the drawings, they have a kitchen, but then they say, when you come back and ask about the kitchen, it's like, well, not at this time. So a lot of confusion there. Also, I think people were told it was a plastic injection area now, which gives off fumes, but that's not true. It's a company, it's a machine shop. They may make products or machines that do plastic infusion, but they're not doing plastic infusion. So there's a boatload of uncertainties at this point for me. When it comes to well, first off, before we get there, it does say in the code, no variation shall be made unless there's particular hardship upon the property owner. We don't see any particular hardship on the property. No one's brought that up. It also goes on clearly to say, otherwise impair public health, safety, comfort, morals, and general welfare. The attorney for High Haven said, you get into very dangerous waters when you start to legislate morality. I'm not sure, because if I look at the definition of ethics and morals, a person's standards of behavior, beliefs concerning what is and what is not accountable for them to do so, of or relating to the judgment between right and wrong. So it's a subjective terminology when we get to morals and ethics. And I say here right now that we do legislate on morals, because slavery, we've legislated against that. Human trafficking, drunk driving, murder, whether it's right or wrong, if you harm another person, that's an immoral act. And these people feel that they're being harmed with property values. They feel they're being harmed with, they just don't want it there. This is a growth area and there's a very small industrial section. That industrial section, I could reasonably see becoming retail in that area. And so, you know, it does go beyond, you know, whether we like cannabis or not. It goes beyond that. There are 50 people are saying we don't want this, but yet the studies they're stating aren't for what I would like to infusion. What I would like to see before anything and make a better presentation to the special use would be, I'd like to visit one of those facilities and see just what they do, so I could be educated on that and bring that back to committee. So the bottom line here really is we have at this point, High Haven says we want it, residents say we don't want it, kind of a tie. When I think of ties and we go back to, you know, let's just take the VA, for example, when they give disabilities, they look at likely, not likely, as likely, and they always find the tie in favor of the veteran. Why not find the tie in favor of the homeowner at this point? So again, we're going to what they consider morals, and we if you don't legislate immorality in this country, we don't have a society. It's that simple. It's just going to depend on like, well, that's not a moral issue. This is a moral issue. I could touch the third rail of abortion and say, they'll argue it's immoral to do this. The other side could say, well, it's immoral to tell somebody what they can and can't do with their own body. They're both moral issues, for crying out loud. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else to speak to this issue? Yes, ma'am, we've got, and then lady in the second row.
I had some visuals, some maps, if they could put it up on the screen, if they would, please. I'm the owner of the property with the 65 lots that are zoned residential.
We're getting those. Hold on a second, please. And what is your name, please?
My name is Janine Mayer.
Thank you.
And may we stop my presentation until they get
Yes,
this?
yes, absolutely.
It was
While we're waiting for those visuals, I had made sure all my T's were crossed and my I's were dotted. I don't use any substances at all. I drink a lot of water and decaffeinated organic coffee. But yeah, I was told by Keith Burkhout, though, that the variance had gone to.
Ms. Myers, please, I'm going to just put you on hold and I appreciate everything you're saying. Ready, set, go.
Okay, my name is Jean Meyer. I am opposed to petition 4606 requesting special use and variance, completely removing the 250-foot setback King County requires of adult businesses such as massage parlors to residential property for a cannabis-infused product factory on Highland Avenue in Elgin. My numerous lots, so well, you can see, first of all, Exhibit A shows my property is outlined in green, my husband and we have 42 acres, that is Seven Creeks subdivision. There are 65 City of Elgin lots in there. That wetland that's just south of the property, actually, there's a wetland mitigation plan for that property. And so it is going to be, it would be slightly changed if this does become a subdivision. And there are 18 row houses right on Highland there. I'm going to say there's probably 6 lots that are within that 250 feet right there on Highland Avenue. Now you can see to the west and the south of Highland, there is Highland Woods. There are hundreds of houses right there. And there's Highland Woods to the west of our property, which is outlined in green. Highland Woods, hundreds of houses there. The cannabis factory is outlined in red. It's been a successful business in the past. There is no reason it would be put under distress, that it would need to be given a variance. to completely do away with the 250-foot setback. Now, there was a couple of things brought up. Again, laws and ordinances by nature are religious. So we just heard that a few minutes ago with some good arguments for that. But why was the ordinance put there in the beginning? And so you have to look at the reason why. Why do both Kane County and Elgin label the proposed cannabis infused product factory an adult business? And why do they limit the proximity of how close it can be to young people and families? Kane County requires this type of business to have a 250-foot setback to lot lines of residentially used or zoned properties. Elgin Zoning and Planning, Demir Latinovics, emailed to me, see Exhibit C, that was his letter. You don't really have to put that up, but it states, an adult use cannabis infuser organization is only allowed as a conditional use in the general industrial district and the office research industrial district. That use is not allowed in any residential district. This is City of Elgin. Remember, Highland Woods is on both sides of Highland Avenue there. And I forgot, my Exhibit B would show that subdivision plan for the property on two sides. Could you show Exhibit B, please?
The next slide.
Okay, so you can see the subdivision plan and where that wetland is. There are lots there now. There is again a wetland mitigation plan there. And you can see there's 18 row houses there on Highland. So I'm going to say within 250 feet, we might have 8 lots that are within that lot to lot setback. Anyway, a City of Elgin, in which surrounds that property, east and west, does never allow this type of adult business in a residential district. In a previous letter, Mr. Latinovic stated from Ordinance G 63-19 that even in those allowed but conditional uses, there is a 250-foot setback from many places such as schools and parks, etc. These are places that families and young people may be found, just like in a family home. The answer to the question why Kane County and City of Elgin have limits as to where adult businesses can be located has not changed. That's not changed at all because maybe they're going to make money there. We wish to protect children and families from habits that can injure their life. And then there was another comment by the board that said that if the state says marijuana is okay, we should too. But the very value of the American form of government is that we have grassroots here, Kane County, City of Elgin, that we make local decisions. We have local control. And we start saying that all our schools have to look like what the state of Illinois says, or all of our schools have to look like what the U.S. Department of Education say. We are not a free country anymore. So let's exercise our local control.
Thank you. I think we have one lady in the back raised your hand before. Are we good?
Ladies first, but I would go up.
Ma'am, did you want to speak? And then gentlemen will be last.
I think it's the state says 250.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for spending your morning here and your afternoon now. My name is Maja Solomanji Bertosik. I'm the CEO and founder of High Haven Cannabis. I'm a constituent here in Kane County and have the luxury of living in Carpentersville, but have a long-term history of residency in Elgin. I currently was just approved by the City Council of Elgin to put a dispensary up on Randall Road. We're starting construction in the next month, and we're really excited to be providing cannabis to a community that hasn't been able to have that. I'm a social equity applicant. This time around, what that means for people who have these licenses, who have been awarded licenses by the state of Illinois, Social equity means doing the right that was done by the harm of the disproportionately impact war on cannabis specifically. So these licenses were given to groups specifically who are minority owned, who are veteran owned, and who are a social equity applicant who have had some type of disproportionate impact through the war on drugs. My company qualifies for all of those things. We applied for our licenses and we got 100% score on our licenses, on every single one of the licenses. I oftentimes tell people I'm not in the business of cannabis. I'm really in the business of compliance. When the city or the state sets out a rule, I follow it. That's how we are in business. That's the only reason we are in business. So I understand concerns from the community. It's a new business. It can be very scary. I understand that this is something that needs more information, and we're here to be as transparent as we possibly can be. I've had the good fortune of doing cannabis business since 2014. I started the first 4 dispensaries here in Illinois and was really proud of that work. I then went on to develop 24 nationwide in 11 different states. I've had the very, very good fortune of understanding cannabis law and understanding the impacts of what that does for any community that it goes into. I'm proud to say the work I've done has helped millions of people, essentially in these states. And I'm proud to say that I'd like to do that for my hometown and my own county here. The license I'm applying for here with Mr. Malo's property is an infusion kitchen. All we are doing at that property is taking distillate that we purchase from a different cultivator, and we provide that distillate and put it into a product, whether that is a gummy or whether that is a tea or whether that is a food source that is shelf stable for at least 6 months. So that is the product that we create. We cannot extract anything at our facility. We can only purchase that extract. There are roughly only about 5 employees in this facility, maybe up to 10 at some point. So there's no traffic issues. We can't sell anything to retailers. The only people, we cannot retail anything ourselves. I apologize. We can only sell to retailers who are licensed dispensary operators in the state of Illinois. And so our process really is, and I wanted to make sure that I just really to Mr. The gentleman who was with the Plato Township, we've worked several times with the city of Elgin. We've also spoken with Jean and her family several times. I think communication and outreach is one of the biggest things that we have to do in this type of work. So we've had conversations with several of the community folks. We've tried to do our best with outreach. It is a decision left to the board. You know, we're happy to come back for development and give as much time to this as the county and the board and the constituents need. So as much as it can be a detriment to us to wait, we pay another month in rent. We have to pay another month for small business, especially a woman-owned business. Getting financing is very, very difficult. And these operations cost us a lot of money to put up. I'm a social equity applicant. I didn't come from money. I really had an opportunity that's very unique here. And I'm hoping that my own county can support me in my endeavors to grow my business that is legal here in the state of Illinois. And that is provided here in Kane County. There's jurisdictions rules. The zoning board was kind enough and really supporting us with the zoning. And so we'd really like to find the support of the county. Most of you have received some kind of communication from me. I'm here anytime you need it. I'll be available afterwards if you want. You have my email contact. You know, the real situation here is that the money that's being set aside for cannabis through these funds, there's a $30 million fund. It does come back to the community. A lot of it comes back to schools. A lot of it comes out to put parks. A lot of it is done with great things. Some of it goes to, yes, mental health. Some of it goes to opportunities to help with substance abuse, things of that nature. In any community we've ever been, property values have not been interrupted because of our operation of business. We offer safety, we offer security. We have, you know, we really follow the rules the exact right way. I don't want to belabor too much of the time, but I would hate to leave anything unanswered. It is really zoned as an industrial area currently. And so any business that would go in there would never have to come here except for a cannabis business. So I want you to think about that. The prejudice, the discrimination against a business like ours, how does that impact our society as we move forward? How does that really stifle the growth of these organizations. So I would just like to think that if there's any questions that you have, I'm here to answer them. I appreciate you. A lot of you, 24, it's difficult to come in and speak to everybody on this county because I know you all have different opinions and I respect that. We all are here to make the best decisions we can for our constituents and for the people and the businesses and the surrounding areas. And I'm hoping that you can see that cannabis and the business that we operate specifically as a cannabis infuser is really no detrimental to anybody. And in fact, Mr. Malo has an opportunity to use his property for something that he probably won't get this same lease amount that he would for working with us that he would somebody else. So in fact, it could cause him a detriment not letting us operate into that facility. And I'd really like for that to be something that's noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
We're the public comment right now. Yes, sir. And that I believe is the last speaker to this. All right, please.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Robin McMahon, and I just have one comment to the girl. Lady, owner of the business. Nobody's against the business. We are against the place that she wants to put her business. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Okay, sir.
Not against business, against the place.
Howdy, Mike Meyer, Elgin. Gene and I have lived at the property adjacent to Mr. Mallow's land since 2018. And following up on what Mike McMahon had mentioned, Kane County has 6 factors granting special use. A says the special use will not substantially diminish the property within the neighborhood, but we would not have bought near an adult use property if we'd known that this was the case. Echo, the special use shall in all other respects conform to the applicable regulations in the district where it's located. The city of Elgin does not allow cannabis-infused product factories in a residential area. And this particular variance removes the setback from 250 feet to 0 feet. There is a rental house on the property. We can't foresee how long the rental property will be rented, but it's a strong precedent. Do we disregard the 250-foot setback in any future decisions? 250 feet, I counted half a dozen residences west of the Mr. Mallow's property there in Highland Woods, expanded the circle to 500 feet. I counted 3 dozen properties. We have about 50 nearby residents in those 3 dozen properties that object to this business use. Under the standards for granting a variance, no variation will be made unless the Board of Appeals finds there is a practical difficulty or some particular hardship. Comtech is a mold and machining company that has moved out. No particular hardship seemed to be noted from having lived there 4 or 5 years. I respectfully ask you to protect the nearby homes and maintain the 250-foot setback. This isn't the right kind of business for the residential area. Prejudice and discrimination against cannabis. Not sorry to say, 4 decades of aircraft maintenance, random drug tests. I can't use any of their products. In our family, we've got law enforcement, nurses, engineers, similar. We can't enjoy the benefits of this Illinois law granting recreational use marijuana. It doesn't work for some portions of the society, but thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we now have Ms. Bates, last comment, and then I think this has been moved and this matter can be put to rest until the development committee takes it up again. So, Ms. Bates.
Is there any odor or noise coming from the facility?
There is no noise at the facility. We won't be having any machinery of sorts. It's just going to be a commercial kitchen. And there's no odor because it's just distillate. So no actual biomass will be in the facility. So no plants, no seed, no, none of the actual biomass.
Thank you.
All right. We have okay, so that has been now, we have a very, very complicated matters of zoning, this particular meeting.
Boy.
I think that'll be something we address at a later time. The next one is going to be a zoning ordinance number 22-229. I do understand that we have need to move to executive session. However, we have people who have been waiting here to speak since 9:45. I respect that. We're going to continue on and muscle through this. And allow these individuals to speak because they have been waiting, and I don't want to not allow that. That would be disrespectful to our community members, highly disrespectful. So we're going to plow through, and then after that, we're going to take a break, and we're going to go into closed session and deal with the closed session. And then we'll deal with the rest of the matters at hand. So lunches, sandwiches are on the way. There will be food. So if you can just hold on for a couple more minutes, let's get through this issue that's coming up about Lafarge. And then we can take a brief break and then go into executive session. All right. Sir.
Madam Chair, before us, we have ordinance number 23-229, amendment to the Kane County Code, Chapter 25 zoning ordinance regarding restrictions and regulations governing mining of topsoil, earth, clay, gravel, peat, sand, and stone in the unincorporated area of Kane County. If Mark would like to come up and explain more of the details of this ordinance.
Good morning or good afternoon now. Thank you. So currently in our zoning ordinance, gravel mines operations require special use in the F district. There's an appendix in the zoning ordinance that requires, once they are approved, that to open up and operate, they have to apply for and be issued a mining license. It is in the mining license requirements that restrict the mining operations on site to be from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. There is an avenue for extended hours, but it's only based on a public emergency being declared. We've been approached by a mining operator who would like a pathway for extending hours for their site. Currently, there's no pathway that exists for them or for any other gravel mine operation in the county. So what this text amendment does is it creates a pathway which an existing gravel mining operation could petition the county board for extended hours up to 24/7. That petition would need to include exactly what kind of equipment they're going to use, any other supporting materials to show how that would not be disruptive for them to be operating past those hours. As part of that pathway, that would be a public hearing. It would be noticed, would go before the zoning board and then to county development committee and then back to the full county board for any request for extended hours. We currently do not have a specific request from any gravel mining operation. This just creates the pathway. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, real quick, I just want to make it clear that what was just stated, that this is just for amendment to the actual zoning ordinance, chapter 25. Has nothing to do with the actual facility at hand.
So I understand that. Now, do we have a second on this yet? We do not. So may I have a second?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to refer it back to the Development Committee. I've been studying this quite a bit and spent a great deal of time on it and listened to the objections, and I'm sure they're here today to speak. I think there's much more that can be done to educate the board on history of this operation and what the residents of the area have to say and what Lafarge has to say. So I would like to refer it back to committee for at the July 28th meeting of the, and get a presentation from Lafarge at that time as to their operation and how it's gone in the past. Historically, this license was changed, I think, was it 3 years ago? Was the license changed that allows them to, they expanded the operation?
Sure. So the original mining location on Route 47 has been there for decades. 3 years ago, they applied for additional special use for additional area to mine.
Okay. Anyway, I'd like to refer it back to development, the July 28th meeting.
Madam Chair.
20th.
Yes.
July 28th.
of July.
Yes, sir.
Oh, to July 28th.
July 28th.
So 2 months. So everyone understand what the motion is to move this
Point of
to?
order, I think we have a motion to pass it.
It hasn't been seconded.
We didn't get a second?
Then
Well, was there
Wasn't-
allowed for a second?
There was not a second. That's what I was
Was not
asking. Do you have a motion, a second to discuss this, and then we can accept your motion?
I would second
Thank you.
it
The original
to
motion
discuss.
to discuss.
Good.
before we send it back.
Okay. Okay, now
Aye.
we have a motion to move
There-
it to the July meeting.
There was a motion by Mr. Ford to approve, was not seconded. And then there was a motion by Mr. Berman to refer back to committee, and I don't think.
I'll
that was
second that
I would-
motion.
Doherty has tried to second Ford twice. I know I'm not there, but I have seconded the motion.
We didn't hear you, Mr. Doherty.
I think that we didn't, there were, point of order, and there was not a sufficient amount of time to allow the board to respond to a second,
Yeah, the Berman.
because I would have seconded it prior to
So you're seconding the original?
the original.
Doherty said he had it.
All right, Doherty indicated he seconded the original motion, and then a motion would be in order following that to refer back to committee.
Which motion is on the floor right now for that?
Berman moved, and is there,
Williams seconds.
Williams seconded.
Go back.
Now discussion.
Madam Chair.
Linder,
Hi, Mr. Linder.
I'm confused. There is a petitioner here, and the petitioner is a mining operator, right?
No.
Well, then who brings this action to us?
In county.
This action was initiated by the County Development Committee to create a pathway for extended mining operations. So the text amendment, a mining operation requested a pathway for requesting, working with the state attorney and the County Development Committee, we determined it would need a text amendment first to the mining license to create a pathway. So
Okay, but I sit on development, and I had the impression that we had a petition from Lafarge to do this.
we do not, and I think that's because a number of the objectors to the text amendment to create a pathway are aware that Lafarge is the entity that requested that a pathway be created, and they're objecting to the extension of hours
Madam
for
Chair.
any mine.
Yeah, I support
Text
moving it back.
Okay, yes, sir. Mr. Doherty, in a minute,
Madam
please.
Chair, we have people in the audience who have been here patiently waiting,
Here.
and they were deferred to later in the meeting in order for them to speak before we had an opportunity to deliberate. So I would suggest that we allow them to speak before we take a vote.
I agree.
And the vote is not going to be taken yet because I was just making sure that the board members had a chance to speak. So with that liberty,
We have one more board member though.
Mr. Doherty, if you can just hold, we will get back to you in a minute. I'd like to be able to give our residents a chance to address the board.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty.
We have, entire count, let's see, change it.
How many of you? There was quite a few hands.
There.
Okay, why don't
We
we,
have Bob Raimondi.
there you go. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Ramondi, and thank you all for your patience in sitting here.
All right. My name is Bob Ramondi. I've lived here for 35 years now. I own two I own two houses within a quarter mile of the Lafarge mining area and within a half mile of Elmhurst, Chicago Stone. With the quantity of traffic, and I will say that thank you to Dale for showing up and to Rick for showing up at a meeting we had in Blackberry Township last week to address our concerns. We've been through this once before with Lafarge when they expanded the property. We went through a very extensive round of meetings that Drew Fraz had pulled together for us, for the neighbors and everything else. We came to agreements with Lafarge and set the hours because we never knew, we've lived out there for most of us a long, long time. And Lafarge was always operating around the clock. We didn't know that they weren't supposed to be. When we had this meetings previously with Drew, we found out that they're only supposed to be working 6 to 6. So when they were held to the new 6 to 6 hours, they were not happy about this. With the amount of traffic that we're getting right now, the trucks and everything else that they're going to be instituting, yes, they're saying they're not going to be moving trucks at night. No, they don't. But they will be moving using their drag chain, the conveyors and everything else. They do not break decibel ratings in the area, but you have the constant drone of the noise all night long. You have the banging and the humming and whatnot. And it's very annoying to most of the neighbors. I mean, I'm a little bit further away and I don't catch it as bad, but if I go open the door, I know it's running as soon as I open the door. And like I said, I'm quarter to a half mile. The additional trucks that they're going to be able to run during the day, because they're going to be stockpiling stone all night long, that they'll be able to run that many more trucks during the day. If any of you guys have been out along Main Street and Fabian or Main Street and 47, with the new stoplight that's there, the trucks literally come blowing through there. My house, rental house is right there at that intersection. I can watch the trucks coming down the hill. They're coming too fast. The light changes. They don't have time to stop. They will blow right through the intersection, fully loaded dump trucks. I've had it in the middle of the night where you can hear them pulling on their horn because they're trying to warn people they're coming down the hill and they're going through the light. You're adding exponentially more trucks there. With the traffic we've got there right now, I can't make a left-hand turn into my rental house because of the traffic coming up the hill from the light. And then the people coming down the hill will literally blow with the shoulder right past you. I've had semis, dump trucks, rows of cars will blow right past you. I've talked to the county about it, Rod Feast, and he goes, you got to go to the state and petition the state to get them to do something about it. Now you're going to be adding all these additional trucks onto it. We've had just at Willow Creek, where I live, within a 2-block distance, which would be several hundred feet, we've had 4 accidents in the past 4 months. We've just had a rollover again at Green Road this week, beginning of the week. So this is just adding extra noise, extra accidents happening. We don't need to let them go for their special permit, because every time they want to do something now, we've got to show up and we've got to do this. We've lost about half the people that came with us already waiting all this time. So the other people that were on here, they're not going to get the voice or opinion. I'm basically speaking for most of the people in the Willow Creek subdivision. I've been the organizer, and some of you people have been on my email list and the board and whatnot. We've already been to the Board of Appeals. They gave us 6 to 0 on a no on it. They didn't want to go through it. The development board, though, there was only one objection. So there's already history here. We've been through this before. Why can't we just stop this right now and not have to deal with it anymore? If somebody wants to come in for a special use, Lafarge has exceeded their special uses. They did it for when they had the strike. They got special use on that. Then they used the COVID as their special use. We don't have any hardships going on right now. There's no reason for doing this. So I'm leaving it at that.
Thank you. Is Carol Green Kululo? Kulo, thank you.
My name is Carol Green Clulo. My husband and I have lived in the Winden Oak subdivision for the past 24 years. It's located off of Route 47, 1.25 miles south of Kesslinger Road, with 2 entries, both of which have limited visibility on the Route 47 curve. The recently expanded east boundary of Lafarge aggregates is directly across the street from our subdivision. Route 47 speeds range from 55 to over 70 miles per hour with no intersection lights or speed enforcements from the Kane County Sheriff's Department or the Illinois State Patrol, and signage for the subdivision entrances are minimal. For most of us, our residential property is our single biggest financial investment. There are 93 residential properties within Windenoak. The proposed zoning change in operations would negatively impact property values and quality of life and create additional significant traffic hazards for us. Would you buy a house across the street from a mine that had the potential of operating 24/7? I don't think so. Following the recent approved expansion, the now proposed continuous operation would further increase noise, dust, and gravel truck traffic on 47, which is already very heavy, making it even more difficult for subdivision residents to safely enter and leave. The speed and weight of these trucks is hazardous, and continued operation will exacerbate this hazard, especially in the absence of any traffic control measures. For those who say that the gravel pit has been there, that's true, but the expansion has not. If the zoning change is granted, even though Lafarge is supposed to request permission to mine extra hours, the residents would have to show up to every meeting or by Zoom, and we have jobs and family obligations. And I don't feel like we should be spending our time being a watchdog to protect our way of life. The proposed change would be diametrically opposed to Kane County's 2040 plan, focusing on healthy people, healthy living, healthy communities, and quote, "It's all about quality of life." This change, on the other hand, is all about improving Lafarge's profit at the expense of Kane County residents. You can take all the tours of Lafarge you want and think the noise and dust is not really much of a problem. But what you can't deny is that by granting this change, you would be making a bad situation on 47 even worse. When asked for the expansion, Lafarge promised to limit operations to daylight hours, and now they're requesting continuous operation. I don't believe any promises they make, and neither should you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Is Jason Shriam?
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I appreciate your time. It's gotten late, I know.
We appreciate your patience.
I'm between you and lunch, and I'm sorry about that.
The dangerous, sir, very dangerous.
Exactly. I last addressed you November 12th, 2019, as one of the 4 members of the neighborhood that negotiated for 5 months with Lafarge. We negotiated an agreement for them to annex the Meredith property, which was a 600+ acre property that went to Row Road and up to Route 47, bringing them a lot closer to our homes and a lot closer to bringing us a lot closer to the noise, pollution, et cetera, that we were concerned about. We had 3 major things that we were worried about when we negotiated the agreement with them. There were 12 parts to the agreement, but fundamentally we worried about air pollution, we worried about noise pollution, and we worried about our quality of life in our own homes. So them coming closer to us was a big consideration, and we worked very hard to get these 12 points together. The first thing we worked on was the hours of operation. The noise pollution going to 24/7 would be intolerable for us. We agreed that they would move back to their 6 to 6 hours that were originally permitted, as noted earlier. They'd been in violation of that for many years, as Mr. Raimondi said. We didn't even know that the permit was 6 to 6 until they went in for the annex ask. Secondly, we asked
That we allowed them to do maintenance 24/7, and we've had very little complaint about that. They agreed that they would change white noise backup in their trucks, which we still hear beeping going on their trucks. They agreed to monitor noise. They agreed to build a large berm of 30 feet or higher, which they are doing right now. They agreed to dim the lights so that we wouldn't get light pollution from the plant. They were supposed to put caps on top of all the light. I believe they've done that. They were supposed to monitor dust pollution. They were supposed to put air monitors up on the tops of the berms when they started to pull the dirt up so that we could see how much particulate matter was flying at us when the wind was blowing, particularly out of the southwest, which it usually does this time of year. It hasn't been doing it a lot recently, but it probably will again. We asked for a contact plan that they complied to, but now we hear residents that are trying to contact them that can't get a hold of anybody. They don't answer the phone. We asked them to put together a reclamation plan for the quarries so that it could look something like we've got, in different areas in DuPage County. I think there's a couple of forest preserves that were previously quarries that they seeded trees in, they built in little parks, and we still never saw a reclamation plan. I don't know if you saw that from them yet, but they were supposed to build a really nice park reclamation plan and give that to you as the board so that you could see what our 50-year plan would look like once the quarry was exhausted and what it would look like for our future generations of King County residents. We asked them to monitor water usage and how much would they be taking out of our aquifers. We monitored water runoff out of the plant so that we could see what was going into Blackberry Creek, which flows right through the area. And then we asked about traffic control. They agreed to all 12 of those points. And they started construction on the new area that they annexed just this year. So, COVID happened. A lot of things have happened since 2019. A lot of things got suspended, but now they're back. They're working full time. They're building the berm up. And all I'm asking you to do is enforce our side of the agreement, because we made the agreement and nothing compelling has changed since that time. There's really no reason why they should be allowed to go 24/7. We agreed, they agreed, we stood here. I stood here on November 12th and said, I'm in favor of the annexation because of that agreement. And now I see that, that agreement didn't really quite matter if they're coming back to you guys. However they're doing it, whether they're coming through committee or somehow, something started this, right? I don't know what started it, but something started it, and here we are. So thank you for your time and thank you for consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. The last speaker is, I believe, it's Ryan. There you are.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I've lived in Kane County all but 18 months of my life. I was born here. I've had 35 years now on Smith Road in the Donna Hill subdivision. And I can hear and see the dust. I can see the dust rising out of that pit all the time, and I can hear it all the time. The problem is, most of us that live out there are used to quiet and darkness at night. We sleep good that way. That's why we moved out there. I thank Dale Berman. I thank Rick Williams for coming to the meeting that night, and we could explain it to him then. Those two gentlemen and Mr. Leonard are all board members that have territory near this pit, so I'm sure they're all hearing about it. It is a problem out there with traffic. The intersection of Main Street and Route 47, if you look at a bowl at the bottom of it, that's what it is. There's hills all four directions, and when they come down those hills, they come down them fast. The gravel trucks generally are paid by the load, so those guys will drive like maniacs to try and get as many loads in a day as possible. That's the fault of the system that they do that. Sheriff's deputies, there's been suggested that they be there, but the sheriff's office is undermanned and overstretched. It takes 40 minutes if we have to call one. It has taken 40 minutes for one to arrive, even in the case of a suspected burglary. So it's just, I can't see how they could be delegated to sit there with all the other duties they have. So that's the problem that's going to have to be resolved. So I'll sum it up because I just have a few notes. We really out there don't ask for much. We have our own wells, we have our own septics, and we take care of those. We do not have our own police department. The county sheriff has to take care of that. So unlike the people that live along the river, we don't have those luxuries. All we're asking for is to be able to sleep at night, have it quiet, without light pollution. And if we have that, I think that'll solve a lot of the problems. As far as the dust goes, that's just the nature of a quarry. If they can control that, good, but there's always going to be some problem. But when you live east of it and the wind comes from the west, you get a lot of dust. In fact, this morning, after the rain that we had out there this morning, my windshield was spotted with dust as well as rain. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Sir? Oh, I'm sorry, in your name, sir? Please, Mr. Davis, please.
So I'm Keith Davis. I live in Caneville Township, about a mile from the pit. Just wanted to state that I'm against this zoning amendment. And then if you're going to go back into committee or development committee about this, a couple of things just I would state to consider. The information that the community has is that if this were approved, then only the drag line, which is an electric powered crane, would operate. No rock crushers, no caterpillars. That's how the community understands this situation to be. Also, I would have you guys review the zoning board of appeals meeting. I think they had it right. They had a unanimous no vote on this because one of the members of that committee stated that Lafarge already has a avenue for extended hours, whether it be an emergency, whatever that emergency denotes, they can run past the 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. limit. So there's already an avenue for them to do something. And I would also state that there is when it comes to the sound of the pit, there's one sound monitor that I know of on Row Road. It might be advantageous to put a couple more a little bit further from the pit and not down the bottom of a berm, which is where the current one is located. And I would just present the board with a list of 22 names of the community that are against the zoning change.
Okay, all right, very good. We'll accept that. Absolutely, thank you. I believe that's it for the speakers. Again, I appreciate your patience and of course. And obviously on the 28th, you'll be able to address that if you feel it's appropriate.
July 20.
We haven't
Voted on
voted on that.
Yes, well, if it moves to that.
And
yes.
Madam Chair would be July 18th.
July 18th for that?
Yeah, July.
Oh, July 18th,
I
thank you.
say the 28th.
She did.
It is the 18th. I'm
All
sorry.
right, so we've had discussion. Mr. Doherty, you had a comment to make?
I had a question for Mark. Early this morning, one of the speakers said that they were already operating outside of their 6 to 6 curfew. Do we have some record of arrests? Is there anything being done about that? Can you just fill me in a little bit on what's happening?
Sure. Some of these complaints have come forward because of the text amendment. We had not received complaints prior to this. We will be following up with Lafarge on their hours of operations now that the emergency extended hours has expired.
Now that the what has expired?
They were operating extended hours under the emergency provisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Van Kerkhoff, I've got a question for you, which maybe I missed it. I'm not sure, but if Lafarge didn't request this potential change, who did?
Oh, no, they did.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I have been unclear or confusing. So yes, the request that the county have a process for having extended hours did come from Lafarge. They're the one operator that had requested extended hours under the emergency procedures during COVID and during the gravel mining strike. And when those were going to cease, they began asking, well, how can we extend for longer hours? That's when we determined that there was no other pathway in the zoning ordinance for them or any other operator to do so.
And who was the petitioner? Is it Mr. Do we know? Was there a petitioner or it just came through?
In this case, this is the county board action to amend your own ordinance. There was not a petitioner. We took the question to development committee. They instructed staff to go ahead with a text amendment that would allow a pathway. So we got our direction from development committee to come up with a text, worked with the state's attorney's office. And this amendment was heard by the zoning board and it's before you today.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, it's kind of a very funny situation. The county doesn't do anything by itself. And the reason that I'm getting from the directors are not convincing, they're not persuasive. Things did happen. Somebody did ask them to go and put this text amendment, to the board. But we don't want to go who is behind it and so forth. The question right now is that enough discussion has taken place. The residents are here. They have taken their time and they have come here and we know what the issue is. So I would rather suggest that it should not go back to the committee. It should be voted in. If you recall, maybe you do or you don't, in 2019, there was a negotiated settlement on this thing and the agreement was signed. And that time 6-6 was a very, very big jump that the board allowed at that time. Now you are going not only 12 hours, but we are doubling it. So I don't think it's reasonable. We should live by the contract that we made at that time. And we should vote today. It should not be sent back.
It is my understanding that this ordinance, if I may, simply allows the opportunity to have a mining company come and petition to extend those hours. It does not state that that would be permitted. It is simply allows the flexibility for that to happen. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. Any mining company would have to petition the county board for their actual request for extended hours, specifically what types of equipment and what mitigating efforts they would have in place for that.
And one more question, Ms. Bates, please. And how many mining companies are in unincorporated Kane County? 1, 2?
We have 12 current licenses.
12 current licenses. Okay, very good. And each license would have to come to the board individually.
Correct.
Okay, to extend the hours. Right now, they're under 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, yes, Ms. Bates.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I kept raising my hand so much. I would like to agree with Dr. Iqbal. I believe this should not be sent back to development. I think we should vote no today. I do not think we should allow them a pathway, a sidewalk, a dirt road to get to the, to get to this, to allow this to happen. I don't want to drag it out. I want to say no today.
Yes, sir.
I have a follow-up question for Ms. You said 12 licenses. Are they distinct corporations or are they all part of them, LaForge or variations?
No, they are not. They are held by various license holders and they're various sizes and locations, although we
Okay,
do
so-
have a.
So it is 12 different corporations?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? I think we're ready to call the vote. And this is to defer it back to the July 18th.
Oh, no, the first one I thought I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
Sorry.
We've got to.
but we still had something else on the table before the amendment.
Original.
No, there was a
Yeah.
motion.
There
to
was a
approve
motion.
it.
There was a motion to vote on it today.
You vote on it.
There was a
Darty-
motion to
Darty
send back
seconded
To
it.
send it back. So we're approving the motion to send it back. If that is not agreed to send back, we've had discussion on that, then we can go back to the original discussion.
Shut up.
Okay, all right.
Excuse me, point of order. We had a motion with a second that now we're suddenly not going to vote on because there was another motion with a second.
It's,
Vote on the first one.
We didn't vote on the
We
first
didn't
one.
need to vote.
That's what I'm saying. And the first one is to say whether we are going to allow this, yes or no. And if this is a no vote, or if this is a yes vote, then the second amendment doesn't matter. It's moot.
The first
No.
one.
Point of order. The
point.
second was a motion to, it wasn't an amendment. It was a motion to send back to committee. That supersedes the motion to discuss, which is what we've been doing.
But does it supersede the motion to take a vote on something that had already been,
No.
No,
that had already been seconded?
A motion to refer to committee is a privileged motion over a motion to approve,
Yep.
So it kicks that aside.
So first we have to vote on.
pending the vote on that motion to
So-
refer.
Okay,
If the board votes to refer it back, that's it. If the vote is not to refer it back,
then we get to vote on it.
then
Got it.
there's a resumption of discussion and a vote on the main motion.
okay, everybody ready?
Yep.
You know what you're doing?
Vote yes is a vote to send back to committee.
Sorry.
And to vote no.
No is a vote to not send it back to
today, yeah,
committee
And then we vote.
and to
To vote on it
presumably vote
today.
today.
All right.
Okay.
Glad you're back.
Hey,
Yep.
clerk, please call the roll.
Listen, again, this is to return it to committee.
Thank you,
Only.
clerk.
Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates,
No.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
No.
Ford,
No.
Gums. Ms. Gums? We'll come back to her.
No, no.
Okay, thank you. Iqbal,
No.
Juby,
No.
Kenyon,
No.
Yes,
Caius,
no.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Melina,
Melina, no.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman,
No.
Surgis is, oh no, Mr. Surgis, are you here?
No, he's
No.
gone.
Oh, he's gone. That's right. Never mind. Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Deppie, no.
Williams,
Yes.
and Young is gone, so it fails. So we get to vote on it.
The original discussion of whether or not we're going to allow this ordinance to allow the opportunity to have 24/7 access to mining.
To clarify.
Pathway
Matt,
two,
ma'am,
pathway two.
A yes is 24/7. A no is 6 in the morning to 6 at
The,
night.
the original ordinance
No.
stays in place.
Yes is to approve the amendment to the zoning ordinance that would permit an application to be made for extended hours.
Thank you, sir.
They'd have to come in and
Each of the 12 corporations would have to come and apply separately to extend their hours beyond the 6 AM to 6 PM. And that would be up to the board to decide.
be nice to give them an opportunity.
If you vote
Vote yes.
no, then you are remaining the hours as they are for all 12 corporations from 6 AM to 6 PM.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call the vote.
Vote, yes, please call the vote.
Thumbs got their hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, who? Oh, Ms. Gums, yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm sorry I sound like this. Seems to be getting worse as the minutes go by. Anyways, send me chicken soup. I would like to just drop a few notes about this. Myself, a couple other colleagues drove out to Lafarge. We did spend quite a bit of time out there. We sat, we listened, we researched, we learned some things that have come up. I haven't heard spoken here before, but you know, along with the additional truck traffic, we have to consider what that does to county, because we take care of the county roads. So that's something everybody should think about before they vote. It's something I've certainly thought about, and I will not support 24 hours. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, are we ready? Yes, please call the roll.
Okay. For ordinance 23-229. Ellen.
Alan, no.
Bates.
Bates, no.
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
No.
Ford.
Ford, no.
Gums.
Gums, no.
Iqbal.
Iqbal, no.
Juby.
Juby, no.
Kenyon.
No.
Caius.
Yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, no.
Lewis.
Lewis, no.
Linder.
Linder, no.
Melina.
Melina, no.
Roth.
Roth, no.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, no.
Silva.
Silva, no.
Strathman. Tarver.
Tarver, no.
Tepe.
Tepe, no.
Williams.
Williams, no.
And that fails.
Fails. All right, so the hours of operation will remain 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. All right. We are now going to be moving into closed session. I would like to thank again all of our community members for coming here and waiting through all of
Bring
this.
it back. I would vote no,
Technically, I think.
but they should have an option.
A whole lot of work on it.
Oh, I'm just looking at the actual agenda itself, not the packet. We're getting on to page 2 now, so. Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the board, may I please have a motion and a second to go into closed session?
Williams moves.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. For purpose
I
of
have an opportunity. to-
Pending or imminent litigation.
Has to work,
pending litigation
didn't they?
and imminent and probable litigation.
Mr. Ford, you
Oh, shit.
second?
Seconds.
Move through the.
I've been out there
All seconds.
Iqbal seconds.
early in the
Okay.
morning, 5 a.m. I've been out there.
Could we have a roll
I've
call,
been out-
please? Attention, everybody, roll call.
I know, we gotta wait. She wants to vote. She wants a roll call.
Call. We're going into closed session.
Should we make a motion to amend the agenda?
No.
You did not.
No.
We need to take a motion to amend the agenda to move executive session.
We asked for without objection.
Without objections,
That's
may I
fine. Without
please move
objection is fine.
Where's the food?
Your second?
actions. We're moving executive session to above.
The consent agenda.
Objection, we're moving it. Okay, I hear no objection.
Oh.
So roll call, please.
Okay, this is to change the agenda. Ellen.
Objection.
Oh, there isn't?
No objection. So we need to go into executive session.
Oh, okay. Motion to go into closed session. Ellen.
Alan, aye.
Bates.
Seconded.
Berman. Doherty.
Yes.
Davis. No, I'm sorry, he's not
What
here.
if we all say
Ford.
no?
Ford.
Or yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal. You are not here. Juby.
Should be aye.
Kenyon. Caius.
Does it include lunch?
Caius.
Yes.
All right. Leonard. Mr. Leonard.
Leonard, say yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder. Okay. Melina.
yes.
Roth. There's not here. Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Yes.
Strathman.
Yes.
Arbor. Yes.
Yes.
Tepe.
Yes.
Williams.
Williams, yes.
And Young's not here. Passes.
We're now going into closed session.
Okay, everybody online that's going to be joining us in closed session, please accept your invite. Be aware we are live streaming until I give you the okay that we are officially in the session. So please accept those invites. For those in the room that are also connected by the computer, you must also join before we can start the closed session.
Up to in front of the, yeah. Yeah, before we do this petition stuff.
We've even got to our business, yeah.
I am missing some folks in the room to join the closed session.
Please, Bill. No,
How
don't
about
look that.
So we got all this.
You can't make this stuff up, Billy. Yes. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
Is there anybody hearing my voice that thinks they should be in the closed session?
Slap him.
What's your longest meeting ever, Mike?
Well, I don't know what for. Well, I give more water. Oh, I don't know. It's an idea.
Times where I pulled over and took a 20-minute car.
You know, how much is that?
Yeah.
Excuse me, are you guys on break again?
I can't hear anything either, Gary.
Okay, did they say something about a break and I missed it?
I might have missed it too. I didn't hear that.
Okay. Sorry you're feeling so down.
It's okay. Just gonna keep my fingers crossed that I'm negative, so.
I'm crossing them all over here.
Thanks, buddy.
Chris Cayuse is coming. I got appointments to go through yet. Oh, Jiminy Christmas.
I don't want to be.
Wow, wow. All right. All right, ladies, gentlemen, we've got a lot to do.
We're gonna do it really fast. An hour.
Do adjourn.
We're going to be thoughtful and we're going to move this forward. So we have got some appointments that have to be
To reconvene the meeting.
But I'm just giving a highlight right now. We got to do some appointments. Then we've got some other things that are off consent. One is very important, that I would like to, move to the head of the pack from the consent agenda. So, all right, that's off consent. So why don't we call roll and reconvene first?
Okay. Roll call. Ellen. She's not here.
She's in the back.
Is she? Okay. Bates. Berman.
Herman's there.
Already here.
Thank you. Ford.
Board, still here.
Gums here.
Okay. Iqbal.
Present.
Juby.
Ruby here.
Kenyon.
Almost here.
Oh, you're here. Okay. I got,
Spirit only.
Caius.
Vice President.
Leonard.
Leonard here.
Lewis.
Who's here?
Linder.
Linda present.
Lena.
Alina present.
Roth. Sanchez is not here. Silva.
Silva is here.
Strathman.
Strathman here.
So Tarver.
Harvard's here.
Tepe.
Still here.
Williams.
Williams here.
Okay, you have a quorum.
We have a quorum.
How many people are absent?
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total.
Here comes Miss Allen
Oh, Ellen's
in the room.
So there's 4.
3.
Oh. Guess what? We're on the
3.
page 2.
Yep.
And Miss Gums and Miss Doherty are online.
Sanchez, Surgis, and Young.
Correct.
Page 2.
Okay, we are back. We are back in session right now. Right now, we are still not quite done. We're on appointments. Let's get those done. Is Mr. Berger here?
He was.
Are you online, Scott?
Madam Chair, I move all of these nominations.
I gotta go.
We've all got it on the agenda.
I move all of these appointments in one motion.
All righty.
Who
Elgin Home Commission
Williams second.
appointments.
Bates and Williams.
Williams.
Creek.
Yeah, we're good on that.
We're doing together.
You make 2 separate motions.
I think we should make two
One
separate.
for the Home Commission.
I would like to make 2 separate motions for all of these appointments.
Okay, let's vote on the first one first. May I have a motion and a second to approve the appointments for the Kane Elgin Home
Have
Commission?
it Bates.
Bates has moved that.
Second.
Bates and Williams.
Yes.
All righty.
You can-
Then we can put the other one together with that, if I may. I'd like to have a motion and a second to approve one appointment to the Mill Creek SSA.
Williams moves.
Wait, second.
Seconds. All right, I think we can combine that if appropriate for a roll call vote.
Sure, why not?
All righty, to expedite this, Ben Roberts rules just a little.
Who was the one who did the Mill Creek Bates again? Right?
Williams.
I-
and
Bates
Leonard.
and Williams.
You know what? I'm just gonna do Bates and Williams. Easy enough. Okay, and then the vote will count for both.
Both, correct. It's a double.
Okay, Ellen.
Ellen, I.
Bates.
Yes.
Berman.
Herman, yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Okay, Davis not here. Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal. Juby.
Yeah.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Yes.
Yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Linda, yes.
Lena.
Alina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
She's gone. Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Tarver.
Tarver, yes.
Steppe.
Tepe, yes.
Williams, yes.
That passes.
Okay, it does pass. Our next are committee updates. Does anybody have a committee update that's very important to get out?
Important.
Not that. All righty. Okay, now we have the consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull something off the consent? Ms. Juby?
I'd like to pull 23 to 54 under Human Services for discussion, please.
23, 254.
54.
Righty.
Aye.
Oh, my God. Thank God Cliff isn't here.
Okay, Deb Allen is leaving. Does anybody have another item that they'd like to pull?
And,
Please have a motion. Nobody online.
Linda moves.
A motion and a second to approve all items except item number 23-2-54.
Linda
Second.
moves.
Leonard seconds.
Leonard seconds. When you're ready, call the roll, please.
Okay, Ellen. He's gone. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Gums. Scums. Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Juby,
Ruby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Under,
Yes.
Alina has gone. Or I'm sorry, there you were. Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez. Va.
Silver,
Strathman.
yes.
Oh, thank you. Min,
Yes.
Surgeous.
He's-
That's right, he's gone. I'm sorry. And I'm listening to her. Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Pepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
and that's it.
Allen, yes, I.
Oh, thank you.
Gums was a yes. I lost my earbud.
Ms. Gums, I'm sorry, your vote is?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, let's address Ms. Juby's first and then we'll do the rest.
Burgess, and Young.
May I have a motion and a second to approve item number 254?
So moved.
Thank you.
Board seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Juby.
Okay, so how much are we compensating the advisor, the ethics advisor? And are we compensating them à la carte per review or by a salary?
You want to take that, Jamie?
We do compensate the current ethics advisor by the hour. So it's dependent on how many contacts he gets a year. It's a small amount, few $100s a year.
So if we're already doing that, then what is this asking us to do?
And I'll have ASA Coyle answer that for you.
So this is in regard, Vincent Coyle from the State Attorney's Office. This is actually in regards to the Ethics Commission. So the Ethics Commission would be different than the Ethics Advisor. Ethics Advisor is the individual where inquiries regarding ethical issues are presented to the Ethical Advisor. The Ethics Commission will handle actual written complaints, and actually investigate and hold hearings as it relates to that. The purpose of this is currently the way that the system is set up is the State's Attorney's Office is the office that handles complaints and investigates, which creates situations or could create situations conflict of interest. And so an ethics commission, which is not required by law, but strongly recommended by the Attorney General's office, is used to handle those types of issues.
And are they compensated?
So this was brought up at the committee. It would be up to the county board how they want to, if they want to try to find volunteers or as like the ethics advisor, who is a paid position, you could have paid positions as well.
So we're being asked to maybe spend more money or maybe not spend more money.
Depending on what the county wants to do, but
All this ordinance does, am I correct, is it establishes the commission which previously did not exist,
Okay, correct.
but it did not establish any compensation.
correct.
Correct. That is
Thank
correct.
Those on.
Does that answer your question, Ms.
Yes,
Juby?
thank you.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Are there any other questions to this?
Yeah, Doherty.
Yes,
So
Mr. Doherty.
what's the size of the commit? Is it 3 people, 18 people? How is that?
So-
What's happening?
I'm sorry.
3.
It's actually 5. It originally was 3, and then at committee, there was a suggestion for 5. The model that the Attorney General's office has 3, so you could certainly do 3, but currently as constructed, it's 5.
When you say but it's something that doesn't exist yet. So what do you mean as constructed?
In the document itself,
It is
if
5.
it were to pass.
It's section 2-106, number
Yeah.
2.
It is, yeah, in the draft language, if you have a copy.
All right, thanks.
Comprised of 5 members with advice and consent of the, it is, they're appointed by myself, the county board, and then with the consent of the entire county board.
Correct.
Consent.
Terms, how about other terms?
Terms. First meeting, the 3 commissioners shall serve 2-year terms. The remaining 2 commissioners shall serve a 1-year term. Thereafter, all commissioners shall be appointed to 2-year terms.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Okay. Ellen? It's Ellen?
Oh, she's here.
She's left. Yeah, go home. She answered by
Bates?
phone.
Yes. Herman?
Yes.
Doherty?
Yes.
Ford? Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal? Juby?
Juby, I.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Melina?
Melina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez is gone. Silva, are you in line?
Silver, yes.
Thank you. Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Pepe?
Pepe, yes.
Williams?
Williams, yes.
It passes.
Passes. Very good. May I please have a motion and a second? Get my notes here.
4.
To approve item number 23-268.
Bates moves.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. I have a second. Yes, thank you, Ms. Juby. Okay. Discussion, questions?
We're done with the consent agenda.
Gone. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Yes.
Doherty?
Doherty, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums? Scums? Iqbal? We?
Juby, I.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Gums is a yes. I'm so sorry. Gums, yes.
Okay, thank you. Leonard was yes. Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Melina?
Yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Thank you. Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Pepe?
Yes.
Williams?
Williams, yes.
Sanchez is a
yes also.
Oh,
Thank you,
you're
Mr.
back.
Sanchez. Wonderful, bringing in the closure. All right, very good. Thank you very much for this. It's very much appreciated. All right. May I have a motion and a second to approve item 23-269?
Roth motions.
Seconds. Strathman seconds. Is there any discussion on this item? Sure you don't want to be done with COVID? You really? You're super sure?
Yes, please.
Or hit you on the way out.
All right. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bates?
Yes.
And Mr. Berman?
Yes.
It's kind of weak. Doherty?
Doherty, yes.
All right, Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal? Juby?
Juby, I.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Yes.
And Melina?
Melina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Okay. Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Pepe?
Pepe, yes.
Williams?
Williams, yes.
That passes.
May I please have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-270?
Sanchez moves.
And we got,
Got Sanchez and Kenyon. Kenyon, okay.
any discussion on this?
I have a question.
Yes.
First of all, I've never seen something go straight to the county board, so that kind of, I don't know if I should have asked questions earlier. But does this position replace the need for Ernst and Young?
No,
No.
Okay,
unfortunately, no. The watchdog.
what?
No, this is the,
No.
they helped Ernst and Young. They're between Ernst and Young.
It's just being.
I'd recommend Jared makes a comment on
Sanchez?
what it
Okay.
details.
This is, it's just giving permission to hire a replacement for the other.
The one that is no longer with us?
Correct.
That's
That-
all I wanted to know. Thank you.
That's exactly correct. Any other questions on this? Nope. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Bates,
It's yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Ford, yes.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Lena,
Lena, yes.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman, Carver,
Carver, yes.
Pepe,
Yes.
Williams.
Williams, yes.
That passes.
One more item. May I please have a motion and a second to vote on settlement approval in case number 22 WC 25980 in the amount of $23,583.79.
Leonard moves.
Mr. Leonard, Mr. Ford seconds.
Ford seconds, okay.
Hey, clerk, please call the roll.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman, Doherty,
Yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Ford, yes.
Juby,
yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
okay, Strathman,
Yes.
Carver,
Tarver, yes.
Pepe, Williams.
Williams, yes.
That passes.
All right, Mr. Kenyon,
Alan, I.
Oh,
welcome back.
thank you. All right.
I'd like to make a
Why
motion
not?
that we end this meeting or adjourn so we can come back and enjoy long. We need to reschedule things. Move to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
I have a second. Who is seconding?
Every single one of us.
Anybody.
We're all gonna get out of here.
See you again.
Thank you all. Have a great night.